a 12-year-old little girl just disappear and nobody knows anything. This little girl goes missing June 3. Let's see, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February. And nothing is being done. Why?
Why now this case is being brought to our attention? Is it for the fact that school teacher is bringing awareness about her missing student? Is it the fact that 12-year-old Lori mother, went on Nancy Grace? Now people want to talk about it? I don't get it.
It's been 252 days since Lori Page went missing in Tallahassee.
They seem to think she ran away, and they're not putting the time, the effort, anything in it. And here's the thing. She lived with the father. She didn't live with the mother. She's 12 years old. Even if she did run away, okay, she's a child. So what? She's a child. Where is she? 8 months? I mean, where is she? Where is she? I'm muted. I am. I got all the way down at the bottom. All right, let me try this again. Let me try it again. Oh, I was muted. Lord have mercy. Whispering Winds, hello. Dawn, hello. Not Crazy by Crazy Lady, hello, hello, hello. Hello, everybody. Let's see. Show Poodles, Panda Bear Mom, H. Davis, number 6. Janice, hello, beautiful Janice. Thank you all for being here. Let's see who we got here. Nala, hello, hello. Janice, has anybody heard from Millie today? Lorraine Law, hello, hello. And that's when everybody was saying that I was muted. Kiki from True Crime, hello, hello, welcome, welcome, welcome. Not Crazy, anybody heard from Millie today? Anything about her brother? Hey, Raymond Thomas, hello, hello. Good to see everybody. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So I told y'all I would be back. Hello, welcome, welcome. And I know I was a little bit early. I was a little bit early today. How about that? Smiley was a little bit early. Woo, woo. I know I'm worried. I'm worried about Millie, y'all. I'm worried about her brother. You thought you lost your hearing? No, I just lost my mind. I didn't hit the button. That time I didn't touch the button. Okay. I didn't touch the button that time. Oh my goodness. Goodness gracious. Usually if I don't hit it, it automatically comes off, but I hit it. So there was that. I don't know. Y'all, I told y'all I would be back. I could read it online, but I just want to show y'all. I had to print it off because I have such a hard time reading all that little stuff online. I got 66 pages. Some of this was redacted, as you can see. There was one page that's actually, a lot of it was redacted. There was a whole page redacted right there. Oh, geez. Yeah, I got 66 pages, so we might be here a while. Case number, police reports, charges. I got it. I will post it. I will post it in a little bit, but we're going to go over it. Hey, True Crime Junkie. Yeah. So, cause yeah, it's just hard to see. It's hard to see. So yeah, you can listen, you can do what you want. I do want to show you this. They had a service for her. I was listening to it on my phone and it didn't play all of it. I'm hoping it'll do it on my computer. Let's listen to that first. Let's just listen. Hold on. And if I'm mistaken, I'm sorry. I'm giving credit to Tallahassee Democrat. Lord, forgive me if it's not. If anybody sees any different, tell me, put it up there. I'll fix it, whatever. God, I really need to go to the eye doctor. But I think that's where it come from. Anyhow, I couldn't see it on here, but that's who's getting credit. That's who's getting credit. Uh-oh, ruh-roh. So I think that's where it's coming from. Just tell me if I do wrong. Heck, I don't know. Ain't no telling what you'll get at Smiley's. Let's hope this all plays, okay? We're just going to hope it all plays. God, my desk needs to be cleaned out.
From there, I had the privilege and honor to speak with the mother via Facebook.
She said she got a hold.
The mother at first was very hesitant to respond to me. So I went to her with loving arms.
I can't make it
The first
louder.
thing that I said to her is, being a mother is tough.
Being a mother's tough.
God granted us the authority to love and teach our children. And it's hard as parents for us to trust God back with the children that He gave us.
Can y'all hear that? Hold on, I might have muted it. Shit. Hold on. Can you hear it or no? It's muted. Sounds on there. Hold on.
A week later, we met up with Mr. J.P. Morgan. And from there, I had the privilege and honor to speak with the mother via Facebook. The mother at first was very hesitant to respond to me. So I went to her with loving arms. And the first thing that I said to her is, being a mother is tough. God granted us the authority to love and teach our children. And it's hard as parents for us to trust God back with the children that He gave us.
I think it's the person's camera. That's what I think. Because I'm not touching anything. I think it's the person's camera. Whoever's doing the video, I think it's the person's camera. So basically, she was saying she got in touch with the mother. The mother was hesitant to reach out back to her, but she did. And what I could hear of it, it was saying, she was just telling the mother it was hard to be a parent. I'm going to see if it comes back on because I didn't touch it. Okay, hold on. Okay.
A week later, we met up with Mr. J.P. Morgan. And from there, I had the privilege and honor to speak with the mother via Facebook.
She had the privilege and honor to speak to her. Hey, Ida.
The mother at first was very hesitant to respond to me. So I went to her with loving arms. And the first thing that I said to her is, being a mother is tough. God granted us the authority to love and teach our children. And it's hard as parents for us to trust God back with the children that He gave us.
Yeah, it keeps muting, so I don't. I think that's just. Oh, Lord, I almost lost y'all. I think that's just a little piece that they put in there. I don't really know, but if you go here to the Tallahassee Democrat, it'll show the memorial, and it will also show a lot of pictures of people who come through the community and stuff like that. And it'll show they had a pretty good turnout. There was police officers there and a lot of people in the community. The police officer had his hat off. I just thought that was very nice and different things like that. So whoever took this video, like Smiley didn't know to touch the buttons correctly or whatever, or accidentally. So we can't blame them for that. But I just wanted to show you a little piece. They did have that a couple of days ago. Hey, Brandy and everybody coming in. Thank you for being here. Thank everybody for being here. For those of you that don't know, I got these records and some of them was redacted, but we're going to go over those. I did call because Andrew Wiley, the father who was arrested for unaliving his daughter, Lori Page, is being held without bond, but there is no new court date. I called the jail. Hey, Annabella Honeys, hello. And they didn't have a new court date. He is still there. He's still being held without bond. They sent me over to the courthouse. The courthouse don't have anything. They sent me over to, he does have a public defender. They sent me over to the public defender's office. I had to leave a message for her. Whether she'll call me back or not, I don't know. I kind of almost doubt it. But I asked them, well, he don't have no court date set up. He don't have another court date set up, which I'm like, well, what do y'all do if nobody has a bond and there is no court date set up? So why they're keeping it so under wraps, it may be safety reasons. I don't know. He is a correctional officer. It is in Tallahassee, Florida. This is on, hold on. I got all kinds of papers on my desk. My mouse won't move. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. For Lori Page, she was 12 years old. And she was missing for 22 months. They thought she was a runaway. Excuse me. They thought she was a runaway. Of course, she was not. However, she had run away before. But the thing of it was, Brandy, when she ran away before, I don't know if she was 14, 13, 12, whatever. She went to school. She didn't have any shoes. She went to school the next day. So she didn't run. She was running from something to be out of that house. She lived with her father. If you don't know this case, I hate to say it now, but anybody that knows her mother, let's just say her mother's ill. Okay. Let's just say that and go there now, because a lot of people seen the videos of her mother online and stuff. And I don't want to say a lot about her mother because I do feel bad. Nobody thought her dad did anything. I spoke with her dad twice on the phone on this live right here. And I don't believe anybody in here thought, well, I don't know. I think it's more something than that, Brandy. Um, I think it's a little bit more upstairs stuff, honestly. I really do. She thought she was a doctor. I mean, I think it's more complicated than that. It could be mixed with something. I don't really know. Um, it's just off the charts wild. And I think they said her mother trafficked her as what, when she was little. So it's kind of that sort of thing. But her mother, and I guess we'll see. I haven't read all of this, so I guess we're going to see in these records exactly what happened. But her mother did travel. Her mother lives in Nashville, Tennessee, in Goodlettsville to be exact. The father lives in Tallahassee. We always thought, well, and it is true. If the father, if a man gets a child away from a mother, it usually says a lot. Yes, he did, Raymond. It is, but it was redacted. Yep, he did. He did. Unfortunately, he did. That usually says a lot, though, if a man gets a child. But now, looking back, hindsight's 2020, and I was going to talk about that. I don't always think it's a good thing if a parent is ill. Maybe it's not a good thing that the other parent gets the other child just on an illness. Just saying. Yeah, Not Crazy's going to put out some things as well. There's some other things where the memorial service and some other things you can find this at. But we're going to go over some of the police reports and arrest reports on Lori Page. I went there. They were very welcoming there. The neighbors, we've went over this. It's in some of my lives. If you look it up, boots on the ground. I spoke with this sick POS father, like I said, 2 times by phone, who ended up being arrested and was more than, we didn't think that. I spoke with the detective on the case. The officer, everybody was very kind. But Lori lived with him. I believe, if I remember right, and don't quote me on that. We're going to find out in here. I think she might have been 5, but don't quote me on her age. I know she was young. I know that she lived with him for many years. And again, he turned out to be a POS. So I can only imagine why her mom didn't have custody. I can't be 100% sure. However, I believe it's only fair to say now that from us seeing her mom, most of us, and hearing her mom, she just probably wasn't mentally able or stable to take care of her child. And again, as I was saying, I wonder if just because somebody is sick, if the other parent is always the better parent. And I'm going to say no, because this case is proven that. And I'm going to say no. Definitely in this case, it was not Andrew Wiley. I hope he gets what he deserves. And remember, he was a CO officer. Things are not always as they seem. You need to remember that. Things are not always as they seem, especially on the outside. This little girl, Lori Page, did not deserve any of this. Any of this. She was 12 years old. And I want to, Tallahassee police, thank them because they stayed on this case even when people thought they were not staying on this case. Thanks to FBI, the Georgia police, because that's where they found her. And especially her teacher. Oh my God, her teacher was so good to her. And her teacher and her pastor, or I don't know if it was her pastor, but the pastor there, they really cared and really care for this little girl, and they got her name back out in the news and just kept on and on and on. So this is really sad. But we're going to read this together. And again, I don't even know what all I'm going to find in here. There's going to be probably some trigger warnings. Yep. And bless her. May she rest in peace now. May the hands be on the jury when this goes to trial. We're going to follow it all the way through. And if there's any times that I can be there, I will definitely be there. Yeah, it is so unfair, Holly. It really is. But probable cause, and this was to the first, we're going to read this first page here, to the first appearance magistrate. Andrew Lamal Wiley, black male. This was on 2/5. This is his birthday, 2/5/1989. Has the case number, all that. His charges are second degree. Second degree. Summary of offenses and probable cause affidavit. The following probable cause from police reports written by officers who responded to this incident. Okay, there was initial call for service June 3rd, 2023. This is when she was allegedly missing at 11:15 a.m. On June 3rd, 2023, Officer C. Babb was dispatched to 1229 Continental Court in reference to a missing juvenile, Lori Page. Upon arrival, Officer Babb spoke with the caller, Andrew Wiley, and he advised the following. Andrew Wiley is the father of 12-year-old Lori Page. Lori lives at the residence with Wiley and has been living there for over a year. Wiley explained he left for work on June 2nd, 2023 around 11 p.m. and returned home on June 3rd, 2023 at 10 a.m. Wiley left Page in the residence watching TV prior to going to work. Wiley advised Page was safe and uninjured. Wiley said he does not know what Page is wearing, but knows she took her multicolored rainbow-style backpack. Officer Babb asked Wiley to provide some background information on Lori. According to Wiley, Page used to live with her mother, Miranda White, in Tennessee. Miranda White no longer cares for Page. Wiley explained White asked for a check on welfare from law enforcement roughly a week prior. There was a call for service on May 25th, 2023. Shortly after law enforcement left, Miranda White arrived and argued with Page. See, that's what he tried to tell me on the call, because she showed up and he tried to tell me media had it wrong. Everybody had it wrong. He tried to blame it on the mother arguing with the daughter, when I was told by neighbors and stuff, it was them arguing. But anyway, White and Page do not get along and argued extensively while White was visiting. After White left the residence, Page began saying she was worthless and her mother did not love her. Page has a history of running away in Tennessee, but only one prior incident in Tallahassee. And then it has the reference and case number to that, which, in case anybody wants to know, is case number 23-81621. I don't know if you'll be able to get that because she is a minor, but I'm giving it to you. On May 8th, 2023, Page was reported missing. Page was last seen at Griffin Middle School and was found the next day in an abandoned apartment, 1001 Ocala Road, apartment 240. Officer Babb notified Miranda White that Lori Page was missing via telephone. Officer Babb asked White to contact police if she learned anything regarding her daughter's whereabouts. White explained she was there roughly a week prior, but has not talked to Lori Page since. Officer Babb asked Wiley to describe Lori. Wiley described Page as a black female, roughly 5 foot tall. Page has shoulder-length black dreads. She has no significant scars, marks, or tattoos. He does not know what Page was last wearing. Wiley explained she took her multicolor rainbow-style backpack prior to leaving. Wiley provided Officer Babb with a recent photo of Page. Andrew Wiley was unsure if Lori takes any medication. Now, how is she going to live with him and he don't know if she takes any medication? I'm just asking. He did not know if Page has any medical or mental health issues. Wiley explained Page did not have her phone because he confiscated her phone before the last time she ran away. After the last time she ran away. It was confirmed the last time Lori attempted to call or contact anyone was April 17th, 2023. Andrew Wiley explained to Officer Babb that he did not know why Page would run away. According to Wiley, everything was all right and there was nothing concerning prior to him leaving for work. Andrew Wiley could not provide Officer Babb with any locations where she could be and allowed officers to inspect the home for any sign of foul play. The residence was inspected by a responding officer with no signs of foul play indicated. Officer Babb, and y'all take note to that, okay? Let me read that for you again. The residence was inspected by responding officers, there was more than one, with no sign of foul play indicated. Just saying. Officer Babb notified Tallahassee Police Department Special Victims Unit Detective Drake, who put out a missing person flyer. Officer Babb was also able to determine Lori's grandmother, Brooklyn Page, lives at 1332 Arkansas Street. Officer Brannon made contact and determined Lori Page was not at the residence. Officer Brannon also checked Griffin Middle School and was unsuccessful in locating Lori Page there. Lastly, Officer Brannon checked the last location to where she was known to run away to, 1001 Ocala Road, apartment 240, and was unsuccessful in locating Lori Page there. Officers checked nearby parks and spoke with multiple individuals walking around the parks and had no sightings of Lori Page. Lori Page was then entered in NCIC/FCIC as a missing person. The following is a completion of investigative steps conducted by the then case agent, Detective A. Drake. Detective Drake contacted a friend of Lori, Diamond Ivory, on 6/5/23, who advised she had not spoken to Lori since school was released for the summer because Lori Page does not have a cell phone or social media that can be used on a computer. Detective Drake spoke to the leasing office at 1001 Ocala Road, and they advised that the subject who harbored Lori Page last time, Pierre Donaldson, had moved. It was later determined his family still lived in the apartment complex, but a different apartment. Donaldson would be interviewed later in the investigation. On 6/7/23, Detective Drake went to, that one was retracted out. I guess that's the new apartment. Deputy Swan had spoken to, it's retracted out, who rides the bus with Lori and lives at, these things are retracted out, advised he does not know where she is, but that she is still around the area. On 6/9/23, Detective Drake canvassed the area apartment complexes and did not locate her. Now, on 6/12/23, Detective Drake asked, again, this name has been redacted, to send Lori Page's flyer to all sixth grade parents in case she was staying with a friend and lying to the parent about permission. On June 13th, 2023, Detective Drake spoke to Andrew Wiley's girlfriend, Simone Robinson, who is in Louisiana for military training. She advised that Paige does not use social media, but she plays Roblox and watches YouTube a lot. On June 16th, 2023, Detective Drake went to Dade Street Community Center, who advised Paige, they had advised Paige has come there before after school, but they have not seen her since school ended. Detective Drake canvassed those areas close to where Lori had gone, missing in the past, and canvassed public transportation depots without any success. Missing persons flyers for Lori's case were posted at those locations. And on June 19th, 2023, Page's information was provided to FDLE's MEPIC, and they communicated the information to Tennessee Clearinghouse. Calls from Detective Drake were attempted to Miranda White, the mother, and Brooklyn Page, the grandmother. I said attempted. This is where it kind of gets weird, y'all. Without any immediate answer or return calls, then Andrew Wiley was contacted for information regarding dental records for Lori, but claimed to not know if or when she was ever seen by a dentist. Brooklyn Page, that's the grandmother, allowed officers into her home to search. Brooklyn advised that Page really liked her mother's former boyfriend in Tampa. Oh, so this is where Tampa come in, okay? His name was Maurice Jones. This is all public records, so I'm not doxing anybody, y'all. This is all public records. What they didn't want, they redacted. So I'm reading public records. Anyway, she provided phone numbers for Jones, but Detective Drake would not be able to contact him. Flyers were distributed to hotels, motels, and extended stay faculties throughout the city. As leads regarding sightings were called into the police department, they were investigated and determined to be unsubstantiated. Yeah, he could have thought they found her, and that's why he wouldn't give them dental records. You are completely right about that. Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. You are right about that. On 6/20/23, Nashville Youth Services and the Runaway Bureau advised that they only had record of Paige ran away once, but returned quickly thereafter. Then there's a bunch of stuff blacked out, so I don't know what that says. But it says detectives of the Special Victims Unit, SVU, were assigned to conduct surveillance on known associates of Lori Page. Probably her mother and them, I don't know. Detectives did not observe any indications that Page was with any family or friends. On July 24, 2023, Miranda White provided 2 Gmail accounts for Lori Page as pagelori666@gmail.com and plori14.html. lp@gmail.com. By August 31st, 2023, Google responded to a search warrant with records from page Lori666gmail.com. Paige was not communicating with anyone other than her mother over email and had no communication with her since her disappearance. The email had not been accessed since after March 7th, 2023. However, there were introduction emails from several social media websites. These websites include Twitter. It has the username. Mara Pets, never heard of that, but anyway, has a username. Lady Popular, username. Instagram, username. Veed, IO, Lincoln, and YouTube. Now, that was those. Hold on a minute. I accidentally hit something. Okay. Whoops. Sorry about that. What Brandy say? He could have thought, oh yeah, that one right there. Sorry. Yep. Already read that. Yep. Then it says, hold on, let me straighten these papers up before I get them mixed up. These are some I don't want to get mixed up. I want to keep. All right. So then it is scary. Some of those I have never heard of. Oh, and then Reddit and Discord. So she was in Discord. So Discord where? I don't know, because I don't know nothing about Discord. Never been in Discord. Don't go in Discord. Won't go in Discord. So if anybody says Smiley's ever been in Discord, they're a damn lie. Just saying. So search warrants were submitted for all above listed accounts without any success. It was apparent that although each account had been activated, none were used after the activation. On 7/24/23, a request was made to Leon County Schools, interesting, for records related to email, search history, web history, and messaging on the school Chromebook. It was determined that these records were unavailable due to the computer reassignment and resetting. In August of 2023, after Lori had been missing for more than 2 months, Andrew Wiley allowed detectives to process his residence using a bioluminescent compound which reacts to blood evidence, visible and not visible to the naked eye. No suspected blood was located after this processing. But why did he wait 2 months? I'm just wondering. Yeah, I don't like her username either. There was other, and she had a username of novirus4442 potato1. I'll just give y'all the usernames. I wasn't going to, but I will. Potato1 art, potato3140, potato, potato lover, Page Lori 666, and potato 164. Now, LaKindlin, she didn't have nothing. I mean, it's blank. I don't know why it's blank, because I think you have to have something. But anyway, I don't know why it's blank. Okay, the schools. Okay, so I think I'm on August of 23rd. Lori had been missing more than 2 months. Andrew allowed them to process. Okay. On 8/30, dental records were finally obtained from Miranda White, the mother, and promptly entered into NCIC with nothing resulting in any matches anywhere. By this point in the investigation, 3 attempts had been made to gather I don't know how to say this, BUCCAL DNA sample from Miranda White through the Nashville Metro Police Department. But White was reluctant to provide any sample to the police. Okay, so this is where it gets sticky. Now, see, I don't think they have no other suspects other than her dad. And I definitely don't want to accuse her mom. I feel for her mom. I think her mom's just a little whacked in the head. That's just me. I'm sorry. I'm going to say it like that. Don't know no other way to say it. But her mom did refuse. It's pronounced buckle. It's a dental term. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. It's just, okay. Thank you. But her mom did refuse to even at one time tell them where she was staying at. So it was just all crazy. Why? Okay. So now she's reluctant to give them provide a DNA to them. I don't know. But again, that's just probably your mom is a hygienist. Yeah. So I don't know, but January 8th, Miranda White posted a status on her Facebook stating, "My baby is gone," broken heart emoji, and then she removed it. When questioned about it, she advised she meant Lori is not with her and she knows in her soul that Lori is dead. Wow. That's one I didn't see. In January of 2024, Detective Morek went with other officers of Nashville Metro Police Department to contact Miranda White and her wife, Latoya White, at the residence of 1720 Wendover Drive in Nashville, Tennessee. Latoya White advised neither she nor Miranda had contact with Lori since she went missing. Detectives did not note anything indicative of a 12-year-old child living there. The upstairs family who owns the home advised they have never seen Lori or any children other than the young boy, and I guess that was Latoya's son. And then on January 31st, 2024, Detective Minya and Detective Collins contacted Andrew Wiley at his new residence. Remember, I had went up there before that, and then I spoke with Andrew after that. I said, "Andrew, I accidentally," and it was an accident because the neighbor told me, "Well, his house is right back there." And I walked back there. I got all this on video. And I said, "I come there, and I told you I would someday. But anyway, I come there." I said, "You didn't tell me you moved, yada, yada." And then I spoke with the detective about that. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. And he had changed his email and all this stuff. And the detective was real surprised he changed his email. But anyway, so in January, they contacted Andrew at his new residence in Thomasville, Georgia. The following information was learned during the interview. Wiley was asked if there was anyone from his old neighborhood that he was concerned about or could have anything to do with what happened. Wiley then stated he was unaware of Lori's friends, and he knew that when she ran away the first time, she was in an abandoned building with a boy. However, she was recovered at school, but reportedly slept at an abandoned building. Wiley stated his only relationship with Lori prior to her coming to live with him in Tallahassee was when she was 5 years old, and they lived in Miami. Lori came to live with him this time in June of 2022. Okay, so that's where I'm getting the 5 years old at. That's where I'm getting the 5 years old at. So she hadn't been with him since only 2022. So she come with him to stay for the summer. Then when Miranda was supposed to return, she advised she would not return to get Lori. Wow. Andrew enrolled Lori in school. Now, this is his version. Returned Lori in school, and she continued to live with him. Andrew noted she was 3 weeks late being enrolled into school because of trying to get records and information. Andrew said his brother, Antoine, was assisting him. Andrew stated he and Miranda do not communicate since this occurred, or ever in general. He noted that he and Miranda never had much of a relationship, but after Lori was born, Miranda took her to Tampa. Andrew did not see Lori until, and that part is blacked out, so I can't read that. Then it says, Lori did not have any electronics other than a phone, which she had short-term and was taken away from her for getting into trouble. Andrew described a reason for being in trouble with the phone was using during class when she was not supposed to be. He noted that other than some minor trouble, Lori was a good child. Andrew stated that Lori and her mom did not speak a lot, but when they did communicate, it was usually by email from her school computer. He also noted that when Lori had things come up that dealt with her mother, Miranda, Lori would have issues. He noted that one instance, Lori came home after school and said that Miranda had called the school to talk to Lori. Lori stated to Andrew that she felt suicidal. Andrew spoke to Lori after the incident. He spoke about when Miranda showed up at the house at May 25th, 2023, and there was an argument. Andrew stated Lori told Miranda that she did not feel loved or seen. He also noted Miranda recorded the encounter. After this, Lori was pacing in the room back and forth, asking her mother, why did she not love her? He stated Lori was off, quotation marks. After Miranda showed up, Andrew was asked if Lori ever showed any interest in firearms and or had any access to one. He stated she showed no interest and that he kept his secured from her and it was still accounted for. Andrew was asked if there were any medications from the residence that were missing after Lori left, and he stated there was none that he knew of. You know, I still say these people are not too bright. They're still dumb SOBs. They really are. Because they're going to go out and they're going to unalive their kids, yet they have every opportunity right there, just what the cop asked them, to say, oh, yeah, this is missing. Oh, they already said she's suicidal and all this stuff. Dumb as a box of rocks. They think they can commit the perfect crime. Do you see what I'm saying? I mean, do you get my drift? Dumb as a box of rocks. World's dumbest criminals. Why even commit the crime? Why? How are you going to do that to your own flesh and blood? Oh, it gets worse. Thank you, Raymond. That you are so sweet. Thank you for gifting one membership. If you got a membership from Raymond, please thank him. Raymond is so good. Thank you. Absolutely, Brandy and Indy. Absolutely. Absolutely. So anyway, I that's just something that come to my head. These people are so damn dumb. Anyway, so he said he kept all that secure from her. She had no access to it. So Andrew stated the first time Lori ran away, Miranda found out when they spoke on the phone. And he confirmed that Miranda stated, well, your daughter's probably dead, so just let me know, and hung up the phone. Well, if y'all watched any of her videos, I hate to say it, but I can see that. I'm sorry. Andrew was confused and shocked by the statement, which I highly doubt that. No matter if it's true it was said or not, I highly doubt it. Anyway, I'm just giving my opinions and my thoughts. When Lori was recovered, he spoke with Lori about running away, and she couldn't do it. So he noted that Lori had tried to light a fire on or near a bus stop and was in trouble for it around the time. Andrew noted that he had to go to Brooklyn Page, that's Miranda's mother, the grandmother, to get Lori's social security number because Miranda would not give it to him. He noted that Miranda did not want him talking to Brooklyn because of some issues, but she helped him with Lori. He stated Lori liked her grandmother Brooklyn and was close with him. Andrew's only guess as to where Lori could be was with Miranda. He stated Miranda knew where he stayed and knew he worked nights and believed she could be capable of getting Lori. Lori only went with Miranda once or twice while she lived in Tallahassee. And see, that's another thing. He even said it on the phone, and that's what I heard through the neighbors and stuff as well. He got along real good with her mother, Brooklyn, the grandmother. The mother was over there all the time at Andrew's, Miranda's mother, and Miranda did not like that. It's on video that I got that also the reason why was Miranda's mother, don't know if it's true, allegations or what, that Miranda's mother, Brooklyn, and again, it's on video, but that she did traffic out Miranda when she was younger. So is that true? I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Detective Magna explained that at this time, the violent crimes homicide unit was now a part of the investigation in the case. He briefly explained that the probability in the case of Lori being located was not great. As he spoke about this, Andrew did not appear to be sad or concerned. His demeanor remained the same. Andrew was asked if he had anything to do with her disappearance or hurting her, which he denied. Again, his demeanor remained the same. Andrew was asked if Lori ever went walking in a specific place or enjoyed going anywhere. He was unaware of any of the places she could go and noted that he worked night shift hours. Andrew showed detectives the room he had set aside for Lori. The room had office space stuff set up at the time and all of Lori's clothes in the large closet. He did not have any of Lori's toothbrushes or hairbrushes. That's odd. Anyway, all her clothing was still in bags, however. Given the setup of the rest of Andrew's residence, this dad did not seem out of the ordinary. The bags he emptied of Lori's clothes were in large volume. Detectives collected a pair of purple Croc shoes and some clothing of Lori's. When asked again about people Lori may have known in the neighborhood, Andrew noted a man named Terry with a purple Dodge Charger. He stated Terry used to look out for Lori. Wow. He said he knew that he worked nights, and Andrew was shown photos of 2 sex offenders that lived near him, but he did not recognize them. He then stated there was one he may have recognized, but unsure. The offender was Joshua Johnson at 2100 Continental Avenue, Apartment 2. Andrew provided information about his girlfriend, Simone Robinson. He also agreed to provide detectives with a buccal swab, which concluded the interview with Andrew. Let me put this up here. On February 2nd, 2024, Detective Magna and Detective Drake interviewed Terry Smith. I wonder if that's the guy I spoke to. Anyway, a neighbor of Lori Page and Andrew Wiley, because he was scary. So I wonder if that's the guy that looked after her, the one that rolled the dice with him. I wonder if that's the same one. Just checking. But anyway, he said, I knew Lori. Remember him, that guy? I knew Lori, but she was a kid, but I knew her dad more. Him. Anyway. I'm just asking. I'm asking. Don't mean it was, but I'm just asking. He come rushing his ass over there. Remember him? Anyway. So the detectives, 2 of them, interviewed Terry Smith, a neighbor of Lori Page and Andrew Wiley, whom Wiley stated looked after Wiley's home when Page was home alone. And Wiley was at work. Smith resided directly across Wiley's home at the time. Bet it was, because that's the door I knocked on. And he come rushing on there, and I told y'all I heard babies in there. Oh, my God. Anyway, this is making me sick, y'all. Smith advised he would occasionally talk to Andrew Wiley, and then they would cross paths. Wiley would tell him if he was working that night and they ran into each other. Smith advised he keeps an eye out anyway because he has 2 children. Are y'all hearing me? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I'm telling y'all, there's something about that guy. Something about that guy. He said it was easy to see vehicles or people out of place because their cul-de-sac was tucked away. Smith said Lori always seemed lost because she was never with other children and wore baggy clothes, which made him think she was not comfortable in her skin. Why would a man be thinking that about a little 12-year-old girl? Yes, Brandon. Oh my God. I would bet anything that is him. Oh, when I tell you he gave me the creeps. Nurse Sandy, thank you, honey. Thank you. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Thank you for the super sticker. Who would say that? Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm just saying, who would say that? I'm getting chills right now. I bet you. Hold on, where's my ink pen? I got to circle this name. I got to circle. I bet you anything that's him. I'm going to look him up. Oh, God. I told y'all in the video, there's something about that guy. I told you. And he's the one who asked me for extra flyers. He asked me, who asked for extra flight? I'm just asking. Oh, Justin, love you, honey. Yeah, Brandy, I can. After I go through this, all these, oh my God. Yeah. Anyway, let me just continue reading. There's no telling what I'll find in here. Like I said, we're going through this together, honey. A neighbor of Lori Page and Andrew, he said he looked after her. Let's see, where was I at? He's had 2 children. Okay. Smith said he did one time see Lori with 2 kids, a boy and a girl, but they were just standing in the front of the neighborhood. Smith said he told Wiley about it. Remember the lady, the neighbor up front said, she said Lori would not, be with other kids or anything like that. And when she got off the bus, she wouldn't talk to them. She would just go straight back and showed me how she went and everything and wouldn't have conversation or anything like that. And a lot of the neighbors didn't even know she existed. Oh my God. Anyway, Smith said Andrew Wiley did not really know what he was doing since Lori just appeared about a year before. I highly doubt she just appeared. But anyway, Smith said Wiley took Lori's phone because she was looking at something she was not supposed to. Oh, so he's going to come in and say that. That's not even what Andrew said. When pressed, he said maybe porn. What? This is what that Smith guy is now saying. So we know what's on his mind. Now he's talking about a 12-year-old little girl looking like she wants to be all alone and not feeling comfortable in her skin in baggy clothes. And he's talking about she's probably got her phone taken away because she's looking at, porn. And I can't with this man. Oh my God. Smith did not have any direct knowledge of this, and he only expressed what Wiley told him he said. Oh my word. Yeah, I guarantee you this is the guy that was playing dice, and this is the guy that come up to me with his little white friend that was over there crossing his arms, and On 2/1/24, follow-up investigation was conducted on a lead generated from social media website Reddit, where user Christmas850 said there was a rumor Laura was being groomed by a man in his 20s. As this was a new rumor, efforts to locate and identify the user was conducted. Investigative research identified the poster as a teacher at Griffin named Christian Elrich. Elrich promptly interviewed at Griffin Middle School. Elrich advised she heard this rumor from someone, but she could not remember from who. Elrich suggested speaking with Miss Stokey, another teacher. Oh, Lord. Miss Stokey turned out to be a 6th grade language arts teacher who never taught Lori. I'm sorry, it was Mr. Stokey, not Miss. Mr. Stokey said he never heard this rumor, but he could see Lori being groomed because she was much more interested in talking with teachers and adults rather than other students. Mr. Stokey brought up an incident where Lori had to see the guidance counselor because she was openly flirting and attempted to hug a teacher, Mr. Nathan George. Mr. George reported this to the guidance. After Lori was spoken to, she submitted a letter to Mr. George saying, "Do you like me? Yes or no?" At this time, Lori was spoken to. She denied everything, including the letter, and was removed from the classroom to a different teacher. Mr. Woods, a counselor at Griffin Middle School, said Lori was quiet until the last month of school when she started to spaz out. She started to spaz out on other students. As the teachers agreed that Lori was unusually good at ignoring students and their comments, but had become receptive in the last month before school let out. Donaldson Pierre, who had harbored Lori in the past, was interviewed at Griffin Middle School on 2/1/24. Donaldson said that Lori had told him that she had an argument with her dad prior to running away the first time. And Donaldson believed that Lori threatened to hit her dad or that he threatened to hit her, and he could not remember which. Donaldson said Lori had told him her dad hit her, but he never saw bruises except the beginning of the school year when she had a bruise on her lip. He did not know what that was from. Lori had mentioned to Pierre her wanting to go live with her grandmother in Georgia. There's no grandmother that we know of in Georgia. Lori always walked towards home from the bus stop, and he did not recall any time that Lori had missed the bus purposely or tried to walk home. Pierre reported he was in Miami at his grandmother's house for the summer when Lori went missing. He has also moved and said Lori would have no way of contacting him at all. Griffin Middle School student Trevon Williams was reported to have a flirty relationship with Lori Page. Williams was very stoic and claimed he and Lori were just friends who rode the bus together, and that was all. Williams said he and Lori never hung out outside of school. Williams denied ever sneaking out or Lori ever sneaking out to see him. On 2/1/24, this case was reassigned to Detective Childers, and Detective Manga was assigned to a co-case agent. Search warrants were obtained in this case for Miranda White's following social media accounts. Now, this is the one we saw her on, Mitzi. Okay, Mazibrazi. I know a lot of y'all saw her on that. I didn't see her on Instagram, but she had a username as Barely Saying Genius. She did think she was a genius. She was also on X, formerly known as Twitter, as the Barely Sane one. She was on TikTok as the Barely Sane Genius. We saw her on there, and I think all that speaks for itself. Yes, where did I see that? Who had that? Yes, her dad isolated her, Brandy. That's what I was saying. The neighbors told me. She would get off the bus, wouldn't speak to nobody, kept her head down, went straight in the house, and nobody ever seen her come back out. She didn't play with any of the kids. Some neighbors around there, and it was apartment complex, kind of like duplexes, but they were together. It's kind of a horseshoe shape, but it's a lot of them. It's hard to explain unless you see it. It's very hard to explain, but tight-knit neighborhood, and some people didn't even know she existed, honestly. So that happened. But they got the search warrants for her mom's social media accounts. The search warrants were signed by Judge M. Richardson, and they had two judges, Judge A. Atkins, and provided to those companies on February 1st, 2024. A copy of the search warrant and returns were uploaded via LRMS and provided to the clerk's office. Upon reviewing the results of Miranda White's social media, nothing relevant, no information to this case was discovered. Miranda White did use social media to speak about Lori being missing and to communicate with others about it, but never anything alluded to having possession of Lori or being involved in her disappearance or anything like that. On February 2nd, 2024, sex offender checks were conducted within a half-a-mile radius of 1229 Continental Avenue by detectives of the Special Victims Unit and Violent Crime Unit. A complete recanvass of the area with some of the residents, even allowing officers to inspect the insides of their homes. And no Lori was discovered, obviously. On February 3rd, a review of the, well, it's marked out, so I don't, it says a review of the blank report, so I don't know if that's CPS report or I don't know what report that was. A review of the, I don't know, blank report of Lori's phone was conducted, so I'm not sure what report. Some kind of report was conducted. That was redacted. An additional email for Lori Page was discovered as that being the Lori.page1 at iCloud. And it had a password on it and it gave the password for Apple ID, which a search warrant was conducted for that, signed by Judge Richardson, provided to Apple on February 7th, 2024. It showed no photos of Lori. They didn't appear to be on the phone. Only 3 photos were viewable that appeared to be taken by the user of the phone, but appeared to be that of 2 toddlers, possibly family members. The rest of the photo images or videos were downloaded internet photos. There were no pictures of her belongings. On February 26, 2024, Apple results were received, which yielded no information except for iCloud logs that were on 2/2/24 and 1/24/24, which determined to be someone using the Find My iPhone application to locate the phone. And it had the IP address, and it was returned to the address in Thomasville, Georgia, for CNSNNEXT. Those subpoena results showed the information was returned to Andrew Wiley at 2025 East Pine Tree Boulevard, apartment 4A in Thomasville, Georgia. Additional accounts were located throughout with the possibility of being Lori's just based on the username that was similar. Roblox name, Potato 3140, Reddit Potato 3140, Instagram potato 3140, Snapchat 3140, and that account was noted to have Arabic writing with that name. Wonder who wrote in Arabic. Was it Lori? I don't know. The subpoena was sent to Roblox with the above username and ID, but results for IP logins indicated the user never logged in Florida. Further, the login dates from other states occurred on dates Lori was known to be in Florida. A subpoena was sent to Reddit, and then the results received showed the account was active for England with that email to a Connor W. Madden at live.com that was attached to the account. And there was nothing to indicate that that account was used by Lori. A subpoena was sent to Instagram. The results from Instagram showed the account was activated on 10/11/19 in Houston, Texas. The email listed on that account was yayom@wmail2.com. The account shows no post, no followers, following, or pictures. There is nothing to indicate this account was used by Lori. A subpoena was sent to Snapchat to 6/24. The results from Snapchat show the account was activated 12/15/2020 in Saudi Arabia. The account has not been used since that date and had no additional information. Therefore, the account did not belong to Lori. The detectives attempted to contact Pearlie Randolph Hall, and then I have 3 lines that's redacted. Oh, actually, no, I don't. I have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 lines that's redacted. So I don't know what that's about. Have no clue. I'm looking, Brandy, saying, whoa, wait a minute. So on 2/5/24, both detectives, Manga and Childers, did contact Pearlie Randolph Hall on Holton Street. It gave the address. There's no need in that. Pearlie advised he was the biological great-grandfather of Lori. Pearlie stated he had not seen Lori Page blank, I guess, since she was 4 years old. Pearlie knew that Miranda White had tried to let Lori stay with multiple people in the family. Pearlie advised that from his time with Lori when she was smaller, Lori was very smart and able to read at a very young age. Pearlie was shown Lori's missing person flyer and advised he did not see her. He stated he wouldn't have been able to recognize Lori if she walked right by him right now because it had been so long. Pearlie talks to Brooklyn Page, but has not talked very much to Miranda, which is his daughter, since she moved to Tennessee. Sad. On February 25th, 2024, Detective Manga and Childers contacted Brooklyn Page, that's the grandmother again, at 1332 Arkansas Street. Brooklyn advised she had not seen Lori since her disappearance again. She stated that Lori would be allowed to come over from time to time and visit to help Andrew Wiley out. She did not know Lori had been living in Tallahassee for months until Andrew Wiley came over to tell her that Lori was missing. That incident was reported on 5/8. 2024. Brooklyn Page stated Andrew told her that Miranda White would be mad that he came over because he and Lori was not to have any contact with Brooklyn Page. Brooklyn Page explained her and Miranda's history at length, which is summarized as follows. Miranda had Lori at 17 years old and had asked to have an abortion at 6 months pregnant. Miranda had eventually moved to Tampa, and Brooklyn later moved with her to help with Lori. During that time, Miranda would sleep until 2:30 in the afternoon and leave out snacks for Lori on low shelves for her to eat. Brooklyn would confront Miranda that this was not acceptable behavior for caring for a child, which led to conflict. Miranda often would leave to go have fun with friends until the early morning hours and would leave Brooklyn to take care of Lori. Brooklyn explained to Miranda she could no longer be the caretaker of Lori and eventually left. Miranda would often complain to Brooklyn that Lori was being too talkative and that she did not have the needed level of patience for it. Brooklyn stated this was confusing because Miranda did well with other people's children teaching, but struggled with Lori. Over time, their relationship deteriorated, resulting in them no longer speaking, and Miranda telling everyone not to talk to her. Brooklyn did mention that a few years ago that she had a temporary guardianship for Lori for a few weeks. Initially, Lori was on medication and ran out of the house screaming. Brooklyn tried to chase her down the street, but Lori was screaming and drawing attention. After calming Lori down and getting her back to the house, Brooklyn became concerned about the medication she was on. Brooklyn weaned Lori off the medicine over the course of 3 days and stated that she did not believe Lori needed it, but rather that Miranda was medicating her unnecessarily to make Lori calmer. Brooklyn noted that Lori was extremely self-sufficient and smart. Lori was able to read before age 4 and was able to utilize a microwave on her own. She did state that Lori did lie, and when caught, she would continue with the lie as long as possible. Brooklyn did know Lori was not fond of most of Miranda's significant others, but did like Maurice Jones. She stated it would not be surprising if Miranda had taken Lori to her friends and asked them to watch Lori and not tell anyone. Brooklyn stated Lori felt abandoned by Miranda and that Lori described an incident to her where Lori received a call in the middle of class and had to go to the front of the classroom to take the call, school phone. Miranda then spoke to Lori saying she loved her but was leaving her in Tallahassee to get her. Lori was upset but did not want her classmates to see her crying, so she did not say anything and hung up the phone. When asked if Lori was capable of self-harm, Brooklyn said yes. She also noted that Lori had once watched Miranda attempt suicide using pills. Brooklyn Page stated she lived alone during that time that Lori went missing. She stated that she did not believe Lori ever met her neighbor, Jody Warner, a known sexual predator. Brooklyn Page gave accounts of suspicious vehicles driving past her home. The leads were followed up with no results related to this case. That makes me sad, y'all. Yeah, she called her school and told her that right in front of the class. On February 5th, 2024, Detective Manga and Detective Samantha Childers contacted Layla Ogleby, and then it's blacked out. And then it says Crystal Allison was present for the interview and a teacher at the school Layla and Crystal both reside at, and it's got that blacked out. Layla described Lori as being extremely quiet and smart. She stated Lori enjoyed school, but Lori mentioned missing her friends in Nashville school. She last saw Lori on the last day of school and knew that Lori had intended to attend Griffin next year. She did have Lori's number, but only remembered her texting twice. She stated Lori did not really use social media and kept to herself. Lori did not talk much about her parents, but she, Layla, heard from Aiden, who heard from other friends that her dad was mean to her. Layla did describe Lori's backpack as rainbow tie-dyed and a sports backpack. She noted that Lori used to keep small black digital clock in it, that she would bring it out during class, set it on her desk. She knew that Lori's friend with Aiden Diaz, Layla's boyfriend. She did note that Lori may have a crush on Aiden. Layla was unaware of Lori talking to anyone else outside of school. She did note that Lori was close friends with Anna Lily Gomez. Layla did state that she had a picture of Lori from the last day of school and provided it via text message. I provided her my Tallahassee business card and asked her to share my number with any of her friends to see if anyone had additional pictures of Lori. She stated that she would. On 2/5 of 24, Detective Manga and Detective Samantha Childers contacted Aiden Diaz, and it was a classmate of Lori's at his residence. Aiden could not provide his number because the phone was on Wi-Fi only, and he could not look up the number due to the phone being stolen. Aiden stated he only knew Lori from art club, and he only talked during art club, and he did not hang out with her. He thought he had her as a friend on Instagram, and at one point he could not remember the name of the account, which he was unable to locate on the Instagram account. Aiden stated he never talked to her about his home life. Aiden stated he knew Lori watched Amy. I remember them kids talking to this detective. It was in a group. But anyway, on the 5th of February, additional SVU detectives assisted with interviewing Lori's former classmates and friends. Some of the interviews were follow-up interviews of already known friends. Additionally, Griffin Middle School made an announcement over the intercom asking for anyone to come forward if they knew information and speak to detectives with the Special Victims Unit of Violent Crimes. The following narrative was completed by Detective Osborne, and this was on May 5th of 24. I conducted multiple interviews with students at Griffin Middle School, located at 800 Alabama Street, in reference to the missing persons investigation of Lori Page. The interviews were as follows. And then it has a girl's name, her address, phone number, and all that's marked out. But her last name is Grimsley. And it said, I asked Grimsley about prior information, or I'm sorry, it's a guy. And it said, I asked, he provided about Sam Page, whom he described as a friend he had known since 6th grade. Grimsley previously stated, well, it's one place it says he and one place it says she, so I'm not sure. She saw Page at a Family Dollar in Tallahassee. I asked Grimsley about the certain how the certainty it was as Paige, and she said it was 50-60% sure it was Paige. Grimsley spoke with the person she believed, and she stated she had been moved, but she could not say where. Additionally, Grimsley asked if she knew she was a missing person, and the female stated she did not know. When asked about the location where this happened, Grimsley described the Family Dollar store and where it was located on Monroe Street. The person Grimsley believes was Paige was alone and described her as wearing black baseball style tan hat and tan pants. Grimsley stated Paige had an Instagram account and TikTok account, though she only knew this because she saw her looking at the pages on her phone in class. And then you got Cena Hunter, and then all that's blacked out. Hunter provided no information which would be helpful in locating Paige, and Hunter could not say when the last time she saw Paige, but has not saw her since Paige went missing. So that was that. There was another student they talked to, last name Terry, came to the office with information about Paige. Terry stated she observed Paige at the school on field day on the last day of school. Terry saw the missing person flyer after that time, and Terry had not seen Paige since that day. She had been reported missing. The only other information Terry provided was Paige used to hang out at the Dade Street Community Center. So that's where they went to look. And then they asked Jaden Bird. Bird came up to the office to provide information. Bird stated he heard rumors around the school. Paige was found at the back of an airport. That was not true. And they were just asking these kids, and then another child's, they went through, they heard rumors that she was found deceased. So they went over all of these children. They requested to speak to the cops, tell them where she could be, where they could look, all that kind of thing. But yeah, if you need to go smoke, y'all want a 5-minute or something intermission? Because I know that's a lot to take in. I know that's a lot to take in. A lot. I know that's a lot to take in. The next thing is the narrative by Detective Howard. Yeah, it's a lot, man. It's a lot. Let's see what's next. By Detective Howard. And we're kind of getting, I guess, into the couple of them's going to kind of get into her family life. I don't know. We might can skip some of these students. I don't know. Let's get into what the different detectives are writing different things. But y'all want to take, all right, let's see. It is, I'm going to leave this live up. Let's see, it's 4:52. All right, let's take a 10-minute break. 10-minute break. Get y'all something to drink. That's a lot. Get you something to drink. I'm going to get me a hot coffee, use the bathroom, smoke a cigarette myself, get some nicotine. Yeah, I know that's a lot, y'all. I know it's a lot. And then we'll get into it some more. Thank you. And I'm going to turn a little background music on. Okay, sorry about that. I hope everybody got something to drink and some coffee or tea or Coke or whatever it is y'all drink and got some. Anyway, so we are back. We are back. And yes, Raymond, send that to me and I will definitely look at it and I can do it. Uh-oh. Hitting the buttons now. Okay, so this February 5th, this other Detective Howard, while working with the Special Victims Unit, she was tasked, or it said I was tasked with assisting detectives in interviewing juveniles at Griffin Middle School in reference to a missing 12-year-old Lori Page. I spoke with Penelon Tillman, a 7th grader, who identified herself as being friends with Lori. And Penelon explained she would say hi to Lori in passing or comment about how her hair looked nice. Penelon further explained Lori was quiet and didn't talk to her about her personal life or family life. Penelon stated she believed Lori to have an Instagram account, but was unsure of the username. Penelon stated Lori's main friends were Tori and Leanna. Penelon stated kids at school would call Lori weird because she would mix her food together. Penelon informed me she heard a rumor that Lori was in a suitcase or a bag behind the airport. Penelon stated she heard this rumor during a girls' circle that met every Wednesday at Griffin Middle School. Penelon stated she heard another rumor that someone saw Lori walking in an unknown area wearing unknown clothing. Penelon could only say that Lori was no longer in possession of her book bag. Penelon provided, and then it don't tell what she provided. And then she said she spoke with an 8th grader, gave the name and all that, who she identified as Lori's best friend. She stated that Lori had Spanish class with her. A bunch of stuff is blacked out. And it says she stated when Lori didn't return to school, she became worried and asked Miss Summers. Now, Miss Summers is the teacher who, Miss Summers, she's the one that got everything back out in the news. Miss Summers, bless that lady. That's all I can say. Bless that lady. Bless that lady. But anyway, she said Miss Summers, she asked where Lori was, and she explained she last saw Lori right before the summer ended, or summer school ended. During that time, she stated Lori was in possession of 2 book bags. One was purple and black, containing her schoolwork, and another one was pink in color, containing her clothes, or some clothes. I think her name is J.K. Described Lori as quiet a majority of the time and would usually sit with her, somebody named China and DeAndrew. J.K. believes Lori possibly had a crush on DeAndrew due to her always sitting next to him and laughed at all of his jokes. And she proceeded by informing me that Lori had an Instagram under the username at Lori_Page. J.K. said Lori would use the Instagram page to watch videos. J.K. expressed missing Lori and wanting her to come home safe. She explained she was worried due to the last time Lori went missing. She returned the next day, that one time, and she had been missing now for several months. And then she provided, and then it doesn't say what she provided. And then Miss Howard said that concluded her report. The following narrative was completed by another detective, and it said they are with the Special Victims Unit, and they went to speak with the student, and that was Jasmine Moody. Moody and Lori Page had gym class together in the 6th grade. Moody and Lori Page barely spoke, but when they would, it would only be during the gym class and not be concerning anything personal. Moody noticed 2 boys who would speak with Lori Page during that class. These boys would often challenge Lori to foot race during gym class. Moody did not know these boys' names. When asked about Lori Page's social media accounts, Moody believed Lori had TikTok and Instagram. When asked how she knew about these accounts, she stated she only believed Lori had them because everyone does. The last time Moody saw Lori Page was at school, and she thinks Lori Page was waiting for her bus to go home. And then it tells where she lives, but it's blacked out. And it says, I spoke with a student, Aniston Chrissy, who advised the following. She lives the same area as Lori Page, and they rode the same bus to school, and she shared the same bus stop. After Lori Page had ran away the first time, her father has seen her walking with a boy he had told her not to walk with. While at the bus stop one morning, Lori Page's father walked up to the stop with a belt in his hand. He pulled Lori Page off to the side and yelled at her while giving her a whipping with the belt. Chrissy stated she did not see where Lori Page's father struck her with the belt and what was said during the whipping. Towards the middle of the school year, Lori Page, towards the middle of the school year, that happened to Lori Page. Chrissy and a few other children were waiting at the bus stop to go to school is when that happened. And when Lori Page told everyone she can't take the abuse. Everyone at the bus stop laughed and the conversation about the abuse. The abuse ended. Well, let me read that again. Everyone at the bus stop laughed and the conversation about the abuse ended. No details about the abuse were ever mentioned. She believed Lori Page had 3 girlfriends who were the closest to her. She did not know any of the 3 girls' information. Lori Page played Minecraft, but believes she played it on the school computer. And then it tells where she lives, but it is blacked out. And then she spoke with another student, Annalie Gomez, who advised the following. Gomez and Lori Page had math class together last year in the 6th grade. Gomez and Lori Page often talk about math, and Lori Page would offer to help Gomez because she was struggling. Gomez and Lori Page did not speak about anything personal and did not talk outside of the classroom. They were not friends on social media, and they did not have each other's phone numbers. The last time Gomez saw Lori Page was the last day of school for the 6th grade during math class. That concludes her interview with her, and then the narrative was completed by Detective Curtis Bridges. On February 5th, 2024, he insisted with interviewing potential witnesses and friends of Lori Page at Griffin Middle School. I had the opportunity to speak with Ziana Gully regarding Page's being missing. Gully is in the 7th grade at Griffin Middle School. When asked, Gully stated the last time she saw Page was on the last day of school in the previous school year in 2023. Gully explained she observed Page walking near the school. Although Gully did not know Page well, Gully did describe Page as acting weird and funny. According to Gully, she did not know any social media platforms besides Paige's Instagram account. Gully did not know the screen name of Paige or what she would have used. Gully also stated she overheard Paige saying she wanted to leave the school. Gully did not know anything further about Paige, and that was the end of this detective's report. And of the narrative, Detective Collins, which is a new detective, said on February 5th, while assigned to the Tallahassee Police Department's Violent Crimes Unit, I was asked to assist in a missing persons investigation, and I was tasked with going to Griffin Middle School and assisting with interviews of juveniles who may have known the missing person, Lori Page. While at Griffin Middle School, I interviewed Caden James and Linda Clay. Clay advised she lived near Paige and had the same school bus stop as her. Clay would interact with Paige at the bus stop before and after school and advised she did play with her outside of school occasionally. Clay was unfamiliar with Paige's whereabouts or who she may be with. Clay would not advise if Paige was adventurous by nature, but did say she enjoyed being outside. I asked Clay if there were ever any suspicious older men who approached them or made them feel uncomfortable, and she could not recall any. Clay advised she has an Instagram account, but was not friends with Paige on Instagram. Clay would not provide any further information of note. James said he only knew Paige from school and had some classes with her. James would commonly sit with Paige when she was happy and ask her when she was unhappy and ask her what was wrong, if she was sad. James advised Paige claimed she was being abused at home and described her as having scrapes to her knees and elbows at times and possibly a busted lip. James recalled Paige being scared to go home one day as she had gotten in trouble at school and discussed running away. James later heard Paige had run away, but based on her explanation of events after the fact, this is believed to have been the previous time Paige left home. James heard a rumor that Paige's body was recovered near the airport in a bag, but could not recall who they heard it from. James advised they had not seen or heard from Paige since school ended the previous year. And that was the end of this detective's report. And then there was another detective, and they are from the Special Victims Unit. And they were tasked with speaking with students at Griffin Middle School about Lori. And they contacted a female student, later identified as Kimora Jeff, who advised she had not seen Paige since 6th grade. Kimora stated Lori was a quiet individual who had very few friends, and she couldn't provide any of Lori's friends' names. Kimora said she had heard from another student that an ESE teacher, Summers, said that she knew where Lori was and that she was safe, and also said Summers keeps in contact with Lori. But Detective Howard later spoke with that person, and, of course, that wasn't true. She stated she did not know of any social media accounts for Lori or anything about it. And then the following, was blacked out because it was the parents' information. And then they spoke with another female student named Paris, who advised she and Lori had second and sixth period together in the 6th grade. And Paris said Lori only spoke with one person in each of her classes. Paris mentioned an incident after the first time Lori ran away from home. A group of students were talking about it in which Lori could overhear them. Paris advised a few days later that Lori went missing. Paris said a couple of times before when Lori would run away, she would return. Paris advised there was a rumor going around the school that Lori had gotten kidnapped and killed and put into the back of a van. When asked if she heard how Lori was killed, Paris couldn't say. Paris advised the rumors were all over Instagram. Paris said students came to her and told her she knew Lori was killed and kidnapped and put into a plastic bag in a trunk. Paris advised she asked Miss Summers, who is a teacher at the school, and Paris says Summers says she didn't think that was true. Paris stated she and Lori weren't friends, but they knew a little bit about each other. Paris advised they began talking and they were paired up in class. Paris said they never spoke about personal issues, but she could tell when Lori was having a bad day. Paris advised when something was wrong with Lori, she would keep her head down in class and not talk. Paris also said Lori wouldn't do any work in class, which was unlike her. Paris said she thought Lori walked to and from school and she did not participate in any extracurricular activities. That's so sad. And that's what I heard from everybody there. She kept to herself. She didn't speak to anybody. She didn't talk to anybody. You know. I asked Paris if Lori ever told her where she would go when she had run away in the past. And Paris said Lori told her she would walk away to get a break, but did not know where. Paris did not know any issues Lori might have had at home. I asked Paris if Lori ever hung out anywhere outside school, and Paris said she used to go to the Dade Community Center. In parentheses, I guess it was called Loris Gregory Community Center, located at 1115 Dade Street. Paris was not sure if Lori had any social media accounts, but she knew she had a phone. Paris advised Lori had a crush on a boy while in 6th grade, but she did not know his name. Paris mentioned Lori told her she liked to walk around outside and watch videos on YouTube. I asked Paris if Lori had any friends in her neighborhood, but Paris did not know where she lived. Paris advised Lori used to hang out with another student, possibly named Christina. Paris did not know her last name, but advised they had second period together last school year. Paris said she heard from other students there was a rumor that Christina was R.I.P and possibly impregnated by either her uncle, dad, or stepdad. Paris said a few weeks after the rumors started about Christina, she did not return to school. Paris was unsure if she switched schools last year. When I spoke with school staff, they advised they did not have a student by that name. I utilized law enforcement database and was unable to locate an incident involving the name Paris provided. The following is Paris' mother's information, and then it's got her name and number. The incident was captured via my body cam, and this concluded my involvement with this incident. Then there was a detective. These kids shouldn't even know this stuff. I'm just saying. If they're making that up, they shouldn't even know that stuff. I'm just saying. The following narrative was completed by Detective Taylor. On February 5th, 2024, I responded to attempt to locate any leads for the missing person case of Lori Page, one student that was believed to be friends with Lori was blank. Was called to the school resource deputy office to be interviewed. Blank provided blank, 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 blank. Knew he was being called to answer questions in relation to Lori Page. Blank. Stated he shared a bus stop with Lori and was in science with her. And then it's redacted again. After Lori ran away the first time, she told him that she was staying on pool furniture at a nearby complex. And then it's blacked out again. Remembered being at the bus stop with Lori when a white truck approached the bus stop and ordered Lori to the truck. Now, this is the story I heard. Okay, blank. Believed the truck was driven by Paige's uncle, but did not hear any further. And then it's blanked out again. Saw Lori at school later when the bus got there. Blank. Stated he saw Lori talking with a detective and believed this was when Lori was recovered the first time. Blank stated Lori talked to several other kids to include Jada Cash. Cash would tell blank that Lori did not have a good relationship with her parents, especially her mom. Cash moved to Orlando after the school year, and the only other information blank had for Cash was her Instagram name, more_love4_J. I spoke with the school front desk who provided the following information. Jada Lynn Cash, and then it's redacted, two very long places. The other friends mention where Palin Tillman, Travin Williams, and Lena Clay and Karma not further identified. I was not able to identify Karma, but the other three were interviewed by detectives while at the school. Please see their supplements for more information. And then it's blanked out again. Stated he heard that Lori's mother came to town after Lori was reported missing. Most recently, and that Miss Summers was the one who told blank did not have any additional information. I spoke with front desk and asked about former student Diamond Ivory and was given the following information. And then I guess that's Diamond's probably mother, aunt, grandma, all their information, because all that's blacked out. We can't see it. This concluded the interview, and then a search warrant was obtained from Instagram on Lori _page and provided to Instagram on 2/7. Results were received on 2/12, which showed the account was created on 2/12, which was created in 2/12 when Lori would have been a year old. This account does not appear to belong to Lori. And then on 2/5 of 24, we're back to Detective Minna and Childers. So they contacted Antoine Wiley, which is the brother of her father. And Antoine Wiley at Tallahassee Public Works on 2727 Municipal Way, Tallahassee, Florida. Antoine advised that Lori was extremely shy and quiet, and that when she would visit, she would mostly just sit and watch TV on the couch. Lori would come over to visit once a month with Antoine's family, his wife, his children, and once or twice on trips out of town. He stated Lori would be excited while she was out of town, but sad as soon as they returned. Antoine Wiley expressed that Andrew Wiley was trying to do more to make Lori happy, but that she always seemed quiet. He stated Lori did not want to return home with Miranda White and that she was not fond of Miranda's wife, LaToya White. He did note that he had caught Lori watching corn and knew Andrew Wiley to have caught her watching the same type of corn as a previous incident. Antoine Wiley believed blank, blank, blank before she came to stay with Andrew when they lived in Miami, Florida. So now the brother is going along with this. Okay. Yes, she did. She didn't, Raymond. Looks like she didn't. And again, because of the abuse. Antoine Wiley did recall seeing Lori one time walking around the streets near her residence, Continental Avenue, and he thought she was hanging out with friends where she wasn't supposed to be. And he recalled being in a truck when he saw her and called her over, telling her to go home. He later learned from Andrew Wiley that this was her normal pattern. XYZ, that's not true, according to neighbors. But anyway. God almighty. Now you got to remember, the dad is in trouble, so now we're going to hear all kinds of things. Victim blaming and shaming, I guess. Antoine Wiley also advised that Andrew Wiley had a son approximately 1 year older than Lori, whom Lori has never met. That's interesting. Don't look like Andrew's going to be a part of his life either. Anyway, Andrew Wiley had not been a part of raising his son. You don't say. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Antoine Wiley, as well as his son's current custodial parents, confirmed Lori Page and Andrew Wiley's son have not met, nor would they ever communicate. Well, hell. On 2/6/24, Detective Manga and Samantha Childers drove to 890 Northeast Washington Avenue, Lake City, Florida. This address was previously listed for LaToya White, Miranda's wife, and it was known that Miranda White visited Lake City after Lori's disappearance. There, Marcia Allen, mother of LaToya, was contacted. Marcia Allen stated that she had met Lori 3 years ago when she, Miranda, and LaToya came to visit. She stated this was the last time she saw Lori. She initially stated that Lori was nice and minded Miranda well. She asked questions about Miranda and Lori. Marcia Allen stated she did not really talk to Miranda and that LaToya stayed out of Miranda and Lori's situation. We spoke with her and showed her Lori's missing juvenile flyer. Marcia then paused and pointed at the paper, stating, "That's a bad girl." Marcia Allen advised LaToya told her that Lori did not listen and wanted to do whatever she wanted. LaToya conveyed that Lori wanted to live with her dad because she was allowed to do whatever she wanted there. Marcia Allen was adamant that LaToya stayed out of things because Lori and Miranda at the house Marcia Allen was adamant that LaToya stayed out of things between Lori and Miranda. The house Marsha Allen lived in was smaller, and it appeared only Marsha Allen was staying there. Marsha Allen could not remember if Miranda / Latoya had visited it since Lori's disappearance, except for one time in January 2024 to attend her retirement party. She stated they always stayed with her when they visited, or possibly a hotel. Could not recall the name of the hotel. Well, imagine that. On 2/7/24, there was there was another detective that contacted Daisy Garcia, and Daisy was a reported godmother of Lori by Miranda. And this is what they reported. On 2/7/24, I was tasked with locating Daisy Garcia. Garcia was known to be a potential godmother for Lori Page and living somewhere in Tallahassee area. And then a bunch of stuff is took out, and then it says, I called the active number, and it has the phone number, and I was sent to voicemail. I left a message explaining my need to speak with her. Later the same evening, I received a phone call back from her from the same number I had attempted to contact earlier. Garcia advised she and Miranda knew one another for quite some time because Garcia's son, Brandon, and Miranda were in the same FSU STEM program together. Garcia advised she knew Miranda had a troubled upbringing, but only had information. Miranda had told her Miranda would tell Garcia about her mother, Brooklyn, and how she would bring home dates. Brooklyn would then expect Miranda to date the men she brought home. Here we go. Trigger warning. Here we go. I attempted to clarify with Garcia about the word date and if it meant more than dating but actual sex. Garcia did not know, as Miranda never went into detail about the dates. But boy, Miranda went into detail on Facebook. She sure did. I think it was something to the effect of, well, if she's being trafficked, that's what her mother did to her. Something to that effect. After the neighbor spoke and told me that on camera. Something like that. So here we go. It's in the police report, so it has to be true, right? Something to that effect. The last time Garcia saw Miranda and or Lori was in the summer of 2021. Garcia was able to review text messages between she and Miranda and confirmed the last date was June 7th, 2021. This visit is when Miranda brought Lori to live with Andrew. The visit was normal according to Garcia and remembered Miranda using her Wi-Fi to Zoom for her. And then it has, in quotes, white coat or medical school interview. Garcia never spoke with Lori outside of this visit. Garcia did not have a phone number for Lori nor any type of social media platforms. Miranda told Daisy she would be leaving Daisy's. And then it says phone number with Andrew in case he needed to reach out to her for help with Lori. Daisy says she never heard from Andrew at any point. Garcia provided me with a text message she received from Miranda before and after Lori's disappearance. The screenshots of text messages are messages received by Daisy from Miranda. The conversation was dated March 2nd. Those messages are below. Now, this is what it says. Miranda said, Daisy, I need you. Daisy said, what's up? Lori's dad don't want me to talk to her. Her dad let her go with my mom. I explicitly told him not to, and he did. I explained to him why she is unsafe adult, and I have given him alternatives, Miranda. And then Daisy said, what does the paperwork say? Miranda said, 50-50, but I'm the custodial parent. Daisy said, how long does he have her for? Miranda said, she's been there 10 months, I believe. Daisy said, no. How long does she have her for? She keeps saying she. Miranda says, Brooklyn, ? I don't know. I didn't ask because I was just listening to the details. They're manipulating her, and I was just trying to hear what she was told. Daisy says, why did he do that? Miranda said, to spite me. Because I expressly told him not to on multiple occasions. They both hate me and are willing to use my child as a pawn. Miranda then sends Daisy screenshots of messages between Miranda and Andrew. On the very few occasions that you called to talk to Lori, I gave her the phone, no problems. I do not understand why you choose not to do at least that much for me. I'm her mother and I would like to speak to Lori. That's what Miranda said. I also paid child support. Tell me what you have done for the past 10 months besides call twice. I also never said no. You just don't call. Stop asking and just call. That's what Andrew said. Miranda said, will do. Then Andrew said, you wouldn't even give me her social security number. Stop acting like I have to do anything for you. I just do it because I ain't spiteful like you. But that's fine because from now on, everything you won't help me with, your mom will. I'm done going back and forth with you. She is extremely happy over here. Don't make things difficult for us. Andrew said that. And then Miranda said, if you involve Brooklyn, expect to have a case open. Because I will 100% call CPS on you. Brooklyn Page is an unsafe adult and is to have no contact with Lori. That's what Miranda said. Miranda also said, I'm glad she's happy. That's all I've ever wanted for her. I want her to be where she is happy. But the minute you involve Brooklyn, you are putting her in danger, and I will have to intervene. Andrew said, stop ruining your daughter's life. And he's yelling, it's all in big letters. He says, stop ruining your daughter's life. She does not want to go back and live with you. Open the case because she's down here. Is you couldn't take care of her and she told you from her mouth that she does not feel safe around you. This combo is over. Do what you gotta do. Peace sign. Miranda said, will do. You talk in capital letters like you didn't R.A.P.E. a 16-year-old, but you're not ready to have that conversation. Miranda said that. Hey, Tina and everybody coming in. The conversation then shifts back to Miranda texting with Daisy. Miranda is the gray text bubbles and Daisy is the blue text bubbles. So Daisy says, oh, I thought maybe he needed help because he had to go out of town for work or something, not spite. And Miranda said, he could have taken her to you, though, or Jessica. I don't know who Jessica is, but whatever. And then Miranda says, there's people in town that will keep her, but he leaves her alone every night. No phone, no cameras, no nothing. And all three of them lie so much. They're poisoning her mind. She said, I didn't tell her the truth about Brooklyn manipulating her. Now, that's what Miranda said. And then Miranda said, which I know she can't understand because she's a child. Daisy says, going into a meeting, but I will call you when I'm done. I promise. That a pause for a minute. We will talk soon. Now, approximately 2 months later, Miranda sends Daisy a picture of Lori Page's flyer and said it's from Tallahassee Police Department. And then there's a picture of a flyer. Daisy said, what can I do? Do you have an idea of where she would be? Call me. Miranda said, thank you for calling. I'm unavailable at this time. Your call will be returned in the order in which it was received. That, I guess that's coming from a video, voicemail. And then Daisy said, hey, I'm sorry. I missed your call. My phone was upstairs charging and I was downstairs. I hope and pray everything is okay. How's Lori? And Miranda said, not sure, no updates. Daisy said, I thought it was posted on Tallahassee Police Department. I thought it was resolved. And then the detective wrote, that's the end of the exchange in the text messages. And then on the 7th, the detective contacted somebody named Taggart, and however they advised, and it's a big chunk of black marks, so they can't tell us what's in there, or they redacted it. And then on the 8th, there's a Detective Taylor who traveled to Tampa, Florida to contact that Maurice Jones. Remember Maurice? And it should again be notated that Jones is an ex-romantic partner friend of Miranda White, whom family members say Lori had a good relationship with, and along with multiple family members. And then Jones was interviewed at length. I mean, this is wild, y'all. I mean, there's still more, but this is wild. What are y'all thinking right now? What are your thoughts? Just tell me your thoughts. And this entire damn time, Dad's knowing what he did to her, the abuse he did, and everything that's going on. And yeah, and I spoke with him, Dawn, and nobody even suspected him of anything. I mean, we're like, he's really concerned. We're like, we're really concerned. He's really concerned. He had a heartfelt message. Good Lord. Crazy. And yeah, and his dad coming on TikTok and asking for help to find her. Work Nights was a CO officer and he was doing all this abuse to her. I mean, this is crazy. They was trying to establish communication patterns. The time of Lori's disappearance, nothing kept, come up in the Maurice thing. So on February 8th, 2024, they did a large-scale grid search they conducted by initially branching out from Lori's address, the 1229 Continental, over 50 of the Tallahassee Police Department officers. They did the span of the area, covered approximately 5 square miles, which included businesses in the area with active video surveillance, wooded areas, bodies of water and residents. They had no leads. Nothing developed from that search. They canvassed also the area and was conducted with civilian community members. They passed out thousands of, hey, Michelle, they passed out thousands of missing flyers, thousands tips generated, but no significant leads came of that. Remember, the neighbors told me when they were passing out flyers and going door to door that Andrew just walked around, never asked what was they doing, never asked for nothing. Remember, the police said his demeanor never changed. Nothing. On February 12th, 2024, members of the Tallahassee Police Department and 4 canine cadaver dogs, scent dogs, and teams conducted a search of the area from behind the residence at that San Luis Park, right there by Tennessee Street at the west entrance. And they got negative results. There was one area the dog showed interest, but they did not alert. This location was at the bridge of the lake, near the area where that large palm tree was, and it was a quarter way down from the bridge by the bathroom areas, and it was checked due to the low water and all that, but it got negative results. And then on the 13th, the Leon County Sheriff's Dive Team conducted a search at the lake at the San Luis Park with negative results. On the 14th, they were out and they had a report of a kidnapped juvenile black female who reported to a friend via social media that she was abducted by a male in a vehicle and being held in a shed. During the investigation, the juvenile was located that day and learned she lied and there was no abduction. It was notated that during the investigation that the juvenile was living 2 houses down from Brooklyn Page, the grandmother's residence at the time. Are you serious? Wonder what they did with that little biatch. I'm just saying. Yep, so many shady characters. Always something. Now, 214, a nationwide teletype message was sent to the following. The Tallahassee Police Department has a missing 12-year-old black female with black dreadlock style hair, brown eyes, approximately 5 foot tall, 120 pounds, and tie-dye rainbow JanSport backpack. She's been missing since June 2nd, 2023. And we're all asking any agency that has had contact with, located, or has unidentified remains matching the above description of Lori Page since 6/2/2023, please contact them at 850-891-4200. On 2/14/2024, Detective Minya Ann Roberts traveled to Nashville, Tennessee to contact Miranda and Latoya White to further investigate the disappearance of Lori Page. And that's right. I agree with you. I agree with you 1,000%. Nobody has no respect. Yes, she did. Now, June 2nd, her, and he reported on the 3rd. Now, they traveled to meet with her mom and her mom's wife again to Tennessee to contact them to further investigate. And the Nashville Police Department, Ken Strutherland assisted them with that portion of the investigation. And they arrived in Nashville on the evening of February 14th, 2024 at 6 p.m. They conducted a surveillance on the residence of Miranda and Latoya White, located at 1720 Wendover Drive in Nashville, Tennessee. Their surveillance began during daylight hours at 6 p.m. and concluded after 8:30 p.m. Lori Page was not seen at the residence, and on 2/15/2024, after contacting the detective Strutherland at Nashville Police Department, Detective Robert Manga, and them traveled to Goodlettsville, Tennessee, because that's where the mom also lived or was staying. And resided from 20 to 23. And Lori attended a Goodlettsville middle school, preparatory school there from 21 to 22. So they went there. At 10:05 a.m., they arrived at Goodlettsville Middle Prep School, contacted the principal, Michelle Demps, there, provided information. They got grades, attendance records, behavior records for Lori. While she attended the school there, it was also confirmed that students would have only been physically attended school in the latter half of the year due to COVID and, the protocol and all that. Demp said Lori Page rarely missed school and often made the honor roll. Her grades was always A's and B's. According to behavior records, it appears as though there was an instance where Lori became enraged and began throwing writing utensils about the classroom in an apparent tantrum. Page was referred to the school counselor, Dr. Weber, and ultimately referred to a school board certified social worker, and provided contact information for Lisa Britt, the social worker from the school. And that's who was assigned to Lori Page. Contact was not made with Dr. Weber or previous teachers of Lori, but due to them having illness-related absences at the time detectives were in Goodlettsville. That was the teacher that had, or the counselors that had, illness. So they couldn't make contact. On 2/16 at 2:30, Lisa Britt arrived at the FBI field office in Nashville to be interviewed by detectives. Britt also brought case notes from her sessions with Lori Page as a reference. Britt explained several sessions with Page during the last few months of 21-22 school year. Some of the sessions included surveys and exercises to gauge Lori's perception of herself and her ability to cope with stress. Again, why was this child stressed out? Some of the exercises include identifying personality traits and common feelings for Page. A consistency throughout the interview with Britt established that Page was likely suffering from depression and had feelings of inadequacy. There was a note that indicated that Lori Page was pondering what would happen if she died. Oh my God. Wow. Wow. God, that breaks my heart. This is in Nashville before she went to her dad's, y'all. Mm. In an exercise where Britt provided positive and negative descriptors of personality traits or feelings, Paige often applied negative feelings and attributes toward herself and those of positive nature outside of herself. Paige described herself in this exercise as evil, disrespectful, lazy, and hateful. Wow. That's what she thought of herself. Some of the negative things were later attributed to Paige's mother, referring to Paige as these things. Y'all. It also appeared that Paige is obsessed with, how in the hell do you say this word? How do you say this word? I'm sitting here looking at it. I can't get it out. Anime. Anime. Fuck, I can't say it. According to Britt stated she spoke that she spoke often about it, and notes indicated her wishes to watch all the anime in the world. Anatomy. How do you say that word? Yeah, that's it, Brandy. Anatomy. Lord, I'm butchering it all to hell. Britt confirmed Paige was hospitalized at Vanderbilt for a behavior-related issue. Wow. But this information was provided by Miranda White. I wonder, oh my God, I wonder if she had her put there. Yeah, I think so. Brandy and Indy. So she had her put in Vanderbilt Behavioral Hospital. Well, her mother says, okay, so they told her related because she attempted to take her own life. That's what it's saying here, y'all. Oh my God. And at the time, okay, so I'm reading this. This is sad, y'all. The information Britt held related to Paige attempts to end her own life was provided by LaToya and Miranda to the doctor. Records from Vanderbilt, though, had been requested and still was pending receipt. Hey, Angel Wings. Okay, yes, thank you, honey. So I guess they're going to have to subpoena Vanderbilt because even the counselor don't have those records from Vanderbilt after they requested them. That's just something that's coming from her mom and her mom's wife. Wow. This makes me sad, y'all. Oh my God. So on 2/15/2024 at approximately 11:50 a.m., Detectives Roberts and Strutherland arrived at 7303 Preston Run in Gillishville, Tennessee, which is a previous residence of Miranda White and LaToya White and Lori Page. While Page attended school at Gillishville Middle Prep, Preston Run is a gated apartment community, and each apartment is individually numbered address at Preston Run apartment complex. The management provided contact information for those tenants having lived in and around 7303 at the time Miranda White and Latoya White and Lori Page lived there. None of these attendants remembered any disturbances or any issues related to any of those people or at that apartment or anything. Tenants who did have occasion to interact with the Whites or Page, the interaction was minimal and was very cordial, passing between apartments. The complex management did confirm a late history for the Whites' tenancy included non-payment of rent and termination of the lease agreement in January of 2023. On 2/15/2024 at 5:30, the detectives and Sutherland arrived at the home of Latoya White and Miranda White, and contact with them was made with the assistance of the Nashville PD Patrol Office as well. The intention of the contact with the Whites was to obtain, that DNA that Miranda didn't want to take and enter it into the CODIS system. Should they need it or need to compare it or anything? And Miranda was reluctant to do so, to give her sample up and all that. But all that was due to distrust and how this case was being investigated is what it said. But the second purpose was for contact with Miranda White, was to obtain her cell phone, which was known to have contained certain text messages and phone calls between her and Lori, as well as content messages and phone calls between her and Andrew, Lori's father. They wanted to get that. Miranda White had also expressed in her previous phone interview that her and Wally had not gotten along, and that Miranda White felt that communication between her and Lori Page was purposely being thawed by Wally. There was also a video which Miranda White stated she had captured by her cell phone that documented an interaction between her and Lori and Andrew on 5/25/23 after she traveled to Tallahassee, Florida to confront Page and Wally at Wally's residence, 1229 Continental Avenue. A search warrant for Miranda White's cell phone had been prepared with the assistance of Nashville PD, but was ultimately returned as unserved due to Miranda White's cooperation during contact with her on 12/15/2024. Miranda White and Latoya White also provided statements during this contact. Both statements were captured on body-worn camera by detectives. According to Miranda White, she gave birth to Lori Page when she was 17 years old. White and Andrew Wally never had a lasting relationship, and their only connection was Lori Page. Miranda White stated that any contact with Wally was only for the purposes of custody and care for Lori Page. Miranda White also, and then it's blacked out, White detailed a few instances of, and it's blacked out, and then it says, and an instance where she was kicked out of Brooklyn Page's home in Tallahassee, resulting in her being homeless while still having custody of 1-year-old Lori Page. Miranda White stated that when Lori Page was approximately 4 years old, she was placed in Andrew Wally's custody. See, okay, was she 4 or 5 years old? It's told two different things here. Hey, chicken lady. I'm afraid so too. That's what I'm thinking. This is just the craziest thing I've ever heard. And then it's redacted again. But then it says, this was after White's grandfather had traveled to Tampa, Florida to take custody of Lori Page due to Lori having been removed from care of Miranda White. See, I thought he said he didn't. Oh my God. See, am I like, didn't we just hear from the grandfather earlier? Okay. I'm just going to continue to read, y'all. This is all in the police report, so I don't know, but let's see. So White's grandfather had traveled to Tampa, Florida to take custody of Lori Page due to Lori having been removed from the care of Miranda White and due to Miranda White having mandatory mental health evaluation. At the time, Brooklyn Page had custody of Lori Page, but moved out of the state of Florida, and could no longer care for Lori Page. And then a bunch of shit's redacted again. Then it says, people's not telling the truth here. I'm telling you. Listen, I didn't fall off a turnip truck yesterday. All right, then it says, from the time Lori Page was approximately 4 years old until she was able to attend elementary school, Lori Page was living in Miami, Florida, with Andrew Wiley and his family. Let me read that again. From the time Lori Page was approximately 4 years old until she was able to attend elementary school, Lori Page was living in Miami, Florida, with Andrew Wiley, which is her father, and Wiley's family. Custody of Lori Page was ultimately given back to Miranda White before White moved to Nashville, Tennessee. While in Nashville, Tennessee, Lori Page attended 3 different elementary schools in the area while living with Miranda White and LaToya White. During school breaks for winter and summer, Lori would live with Andrew in Miami, Florida, and then later in Tallahassee, Florida. So she really lived with her dad the majority of the time because she always would go back in the summer. And she did live with him when she was 5 and then go to school with her mom. And then it seems like in the summer, she would be there with him. And then this time, her mom said she could freaking stay with him because she wasn't coming back to get her. That's what I'm gathering. But I don't get what the grandfather, I thought he said he didn't have no dealings. I'll have to go back and read that later. According to Miranda White, Lori Page was transferred to the care of Andrew Wiley in the summer of 2022 with the intent of her returning to Nashville, Tennessee for the 22-23 school year. In late summer of 2022, Miranda White claimed that her financial assistant, yep, she said this on TikTok. She sure did. Claimed that her financial assistance for school was withheld, leaving her and LaToya White struggling financially. Miranda claimed that due to this, she was unable to afford her residential rent payments and feared Lori would undergo stress over Miranda and LaToya White's being evicted from their apartment. Miranda White claimed for this reason, she relinquished custody of Lori Page to Andrew Wiley just before 22-23 school year. She claimed to have provided all the information for Page's enrollment into school in Tallahassee, Florida, to Antoine Wiley, Andrew's brother. Interesting. Due to her poor relationship with Andrew Wiley. This contradicted the complex management information that the Whites' lease was terminated in January 2023. It also contradicted statements from Andrew Wiley, where he claimed that Miranda White abruptly chose not to return to Tallahassee to retrieve Lori Page due to Page's unruly behavior. Miranda White claimed that before her decision to place Lori Page with Andrew Wiley, she sought out her ex-boyfriend, Maurice Jones, to care for Page. But he refused. Oh my God, this gets worse and worse and worse. Oh. The statement provided by LaToya White corroborated that of Miranda White. And then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines that's blacked out. So I don't think her mother really cared where in the hell she was at. As long as she wasn't with her, that's all I'm going to say. Both LaToya and Miranda White were asked about the whereabouts in and around the days of Lori Page's being reported missing on June 3rd, 2023. Both claimed to have been in Nashville, Tennessee, and denied coming to Florida to retrieve Page. Both denied hiding Lori Page from Wiley or authorities and stated that they do not know where Lori Page is. Historical location data from their cell phone corroborates this, as well as location data from their vehicle information. 2019 Honda Santa Fe, and then it has the license plates number and all that stuff. There was no indication that Lori Page was living in the home of LaToya White and Miranda Page at the time of contact on 2/15/2024. Miranda White provided the sample requested and it was impounded in evidence. Miranda White allowed detectives to search her iPad device, and it was synced and mirrored to her cell phone. White requested to keep her phone due to needing it for school and work purposes. Miranda White provided the passcode for the iPad device and consented to the extraction of all data linked to her accounts. This included the text conversations between her, Lori, and Andrew Wiley, along with the video she took of her interaction with them on 5/23/23. Nashville PD and the local Nashville FBI office assisted in the extraction of data from White's iPad. The iPad was subsequently returned to White once the data was extracted. The pertinent text messages and videos have been uploaded and evidence to this case. During the reviewing of the video captured by Miranda White, her dad preyed on his own daughter. No one warned. Yes. No adults took responsibility. Absolutely. Yes, it is, Little Red. Isn't it an incredible story? Absolutely. Now, on 5/5/23, Lori Page appears not to wish any contact with Miranda White and is apparently angry with Miranda White's lack of interest in her. Andrew Wiley shows Miranda White to have contact with Page unfretted, but Page is reluctant and claims she is happy living with her father. And then there's a video. You would have to see the video for content. I don't have it. I guess they have it in evidence. But a historical survey of calls for service for residents related to the Whites, as well as any calls for service related to the Whites and Lori Page, was conducted for the Nashville, Tennessee area with the assistance of Nashville PD. Only one documented incident was located. Then it was blacked out. I guess it was about that. During the incident, Lori Page was reported to have run away by Miranda, and while they lived at 1004 Sunset Circle in Nashville. And then it says Lori Page, and then it's going to give 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 redacted things we can't see. All right, so then it's going to 2/20/24. Billboards were put up by the FBI and Tallahassee Police Department requesting information about Lori, and that information leading to her recovery would result in a $15,000 reward. And on February 2024, over 100 officers with Tallahassee Police Department conducted another grid search of that San Luis Park, but again, it met negative results. It is, Angel, and you're right. Probably other kids live in the same way, and nothing will be done until it's too late. Absolutely. Now, a search warrant was obtained for historical records for Andrew Wiley's phone. His phone number used during the time frame before Lori went missing, October 2023, and they showed the following note results. On June 6, 2023, from 12 to 9:30, 12 a.m. to 9:30 a.m., the handset cell phone location showed consistent with Wiley's residence. However, LPR showed Wiley's vehicle, a white Dodge Charger, Florida tag number, southbound at the intersection of I-10 and North Monroe Street at 8:28 a.m. Just before 9:30 a.m., his handset departs, moving east, maybe Alabama Street, and then south back to the area of the residence or south of it around 9:40. It immediately departs this area, moving east, maybe Tennessee Street, north, maybe Magnolia, back west, 7th, north, maybe Monroe, and then back to residence by 10:14 a.m. This is consistent with a LPR hit on 7th Avenue at 9:57 a.m. There may have been a stop in the North Monroe / John Knox area for a few minutes. A call is placed to Priceline at 2:56 p.m. and it has the phone number. The handset departs the area of the residence just after 4 p.m. for the trip to Jacksonville. The handset arrives in the area by 6:59 p.m. and then departs at 7:20 p.m. The handset appears to take I-10 to 95 on the way over and then 295 to I-10 on the way back. The handset returns to the area of his residence around 9:45 p.m. The handset then departs around 10:45 p.m., travels to work, consistent with taking I-10. On 6/3, the handset event starting at 12:21 a.m., consistent with the area of his work. It appears between 8:21 a.m. and 8:37 a.m. The handset departs work. He would be consistent with the Monticello area for the 8:37 a.m. event. No additional events until just after 11 a.m., which are then consistent with the residence. Handset remains in this area until approximately 12:18 p.m. when it departs traveling north. It arrives in the Lake Jackson area around 12:30 p.m. and remains until approximately 3:30 p.m. It then travels back to the area consistent with his residence and remains through the end of the day. On to 9/24, Detective Manga contacted Andrew Wiley by phone. Wiley agreed to meet at Tallahassee Police Department at 9 a.m. on 9/20/24 for an interview. Although the purpose for the interview was not shared with Andrew Wiley, detectives had learned of historical cell phone location data for Wiley that included travel to Jacksonville, Florida in the hours before Lori Page was reported to have gone missing. It was also reported to detectives that Wiley had called in sick to work 2 days, 5/27/23 and 5/29/23. Wiley is the only person reported to have had contact with Lori Page between 5/25/23 at approximately 8 p.m. to the time she was reported missing. By 2/20/24 at 9 a.m., Andrew Wiley had not arrived at Tallahassee Police Department for interview and was not responded to attempts to contact by detectives. Contact was made with Brooklyn Page at her residence, who stated that Wiley had been to her home on 2/20/24 and expressed his concerns for being treated as a suspect in the disappearance of Lori Page. Detectives then received notice that Wiley would appear for his interview at Tallahassee Police Department with legal representation. Wiley arrived at Tallahassee Police Department at approximately 2:30 on 2/20/24. The interview was audio and video recorded. During the interview with Wiley and his attorney, questions regarding Lori Page's demeanor were readdressed. Wiley conveyed that Page was happy with him and she did not wish to return to Nashville with her mother. Wiley was asked about how he disciplined Lori when she misbehaved. Wiley stated that he had disciplined her with a belt during one occasion and had to physically restrain her when she attempted to run away during another incident. Wiley described injuries sustained by both he and Page during the time he had to run after her when she attempted to flee the residence while being disciplined. Wiley stated examples of Page's misbehavior as not immediately returning home after school and lingering with classmates in the area when she was supposed to be home. Wiley also gave an example of Lori Page and how she learned to only elude the effort in school required to pass and no longer give her maximum effort in her schooling. For this, she was also disciplined for her failing grades, at which point Wiley took away her cell phone and he had purchased for her. Wiley went on to explain that Miranda White's lack of interest in Lori Page was detrimental to Page's well-being and emotional stability. He explained that Page would be doing well emotionally until Miranda White would make contact and send Page into depression. When asked about Lori Page's friends Lori Page had, Wiley was unable to name any and stated that she almost never spoke of friends or interest in any classmates. Wiley said Lori Page was able to prepare meals for herself and was content watching TV and had there's that name again. Anime. I think that's it. Anime. while stated that he removed her privileges using electronic devices when he caught Paige viewing. Anime is, he's talking about pornography, is what he's talking about on his computer. So see, that's on his computer. On his computer. So maybe he's trying to blame that on her. Again, maybe he's trying to blame that on her. This was consistent with what other family members of Lori had stated, which was like his brother about her and her obsession with that. For instances where Lori Page was caught watching that. When asked, Wally was unable to remember the events of the week leading up to when he reported Lori missing on 6/3/23. He seemed to not recall calling in sick to work and could not establish a reason for not being at work. When initially asked about the travel to Jacksonville during the afternoon of 6/2, Wally claimed not to remember that event either. When pressed further, Wally seemed to then remember a friend by the name of Tim Brown asking him for a ride to the Jacksonville airport. He stated Lori Page refused to go with him as he traveled to Jacksonville. But records indicate Wally did, in fact, travel to Jacksonville airport and then return home just before leaving for work on 6/2/23 at 11 p.m. Wally claimed to not have contact information for Tim Brown, his friend, readily available when asked about the contact information. He described him as some former college friend, and he provided a physical description. Wally appeared confused and asked how and in what form he and Tim Brown arranged the travel to Jacksonville airport. Was it cell phone communication or otherwise? And currently the identity for Tim Brown is unconfirmed. Wally has yet to provide any contact information for him. Wally was asked if there was any other devices in which Lori Page had access to in his home while she lived with him. And Wally said that he had several old cell phones still in his possessions, as well as the computer Page had accessed in the past. Wally at one time stated he would provide those devices, but he has since changed his mind and has not provided them at the time that they wrote this statement. And he said that was advice from his counsel. So on 2/3/24, approximately 2:30, the detective contacted his brother, Antoine Wally, to provide 100 missing persons flyers of Lori Page. And the detective said, during my contact with Antoine Wally, we discussed several different efforts made by detectives in this case and updated him with the current information about the case. Also questioned Antoine about Lori again and about any insight he has to where she could have gone. During that discussion with Antoine Wally, mentioned he had taught Lori Page to swim in the summer of 2022, which contradicted what the grandmother Brooklyn Page and Miranda White statements suggested, because they said, both of them, that Lori Page could not swim. And that was another inconsistency between Lori Page's maternal family and the Wiley family. That claim that Lori was afraid of the dark, according to Antoine's family, according to Wiley's family, Lori Page was in no way scared of the dark, that they said. Antoine Wiley could not remember any friends Andrew had that was named Tim. Antoine went on to say that during Lori Page's time at his home, he too had caught her viewing the pornography. It was only then that Antoine Wiley had learned from his brother that that was a reoccurring issue. So he learned all that from his brother. Consistent throughout interviews with Miranda White, LaToya White, Antoine Wiley, and Brooklyn Page is that no one feels that Andrew Wiley could cause any harm to Lori Page intentionally, and they all believe Lori Page to have run away from Andrew Wiley's residence while he was working. That's what they all thought, that she ran away. On February 26, 2024, Detective Manga and Childers both contacted Simone Robinson via phone. Simone advised Lori and her sister would use Simone's laptop to play Roblox together. Simone advised the information had since been removed from the laptop when she had to reset it. She noted that this was the only thing Lori used on her computer and that Lori did not use it unsupervised. Lori also spent the night at Simone's mother's house a few times, and that her mother, Leisha Addison, would take Lori and Emma out sometimes. Lori was repeatedly very well behaved, and there was no issues. Simone advised that she was in the military training during the time frame Lori disappeared. Supposedly, this was Andrew's girlfriend. Simone remembered Andrew calling her after Miranda showed up unannounced to his residence, 525-24. This led to her and Andrew arguing and eventually hanging up. She then spoke to each other. They then spoke to each other the next morning, sometime after that. The military took Simone's phone due to her being on training in a training environment. She did not get the phone back until sometime in mid-June, which is when she learned of Lori's disappearance. Simone noted that Andrew was feeling frustrated with the case because he felt as if he was being suspected of something. When asked, Simone did note that she knew Andrew knew someone named Tim, but was not aware of him going to Jacksonville. Upon a review of Andrew Wiley's phone records, it was learned that he had only been in contact with one person listed with the listed name of Tim, and this person was identified as Tim Costume with the phone number, and it gave the phone number. And on 2/26, the detectives contacted this Tim person, and this Tim person stated that he had known Andrew since approximately 2009, and they attended school together. When asked the nature of the relationship, this Tim guy advised that they were friends, but Costume advised that he had been to Tallahassee a few times in the last year, but could not be sure of specific dates. He believed one of those times could have been in the summer around June or May. And Costume stated he always drives to Tallahassee. When asked, but he said he's never flown, and he's never flown out of Jacksonville Airport. He stated the last time he saw Andrew was in October, but that he has never met Lori ever, and he did not talk to Andrew about the subject of Lori's disappearance because it would upset Andrew. And he stated that he and Andrew did not talk every day, but only occasionally. So this contradicts everything that Andrew told them about this guy named Tim, and during some conversations at that time. So I think, and Ellie thinks, he was going to skip town, but they don't know what made him turn around, but he was going to skip town and leave the country. Remember Scott Peterson? Remember that? So I don't know why he didn't or what happened, but they think he was going to the airport and turned around. Maybe he didn't think, though, he had enough money. I don't know. You know, maybe Andrew didn't think he had enough money. On 2/27/24 at 3 p.m., a probable cause for the purpose of serving a search warrant to Wiley's residence. This is the new residence, 2025 East Pine Tree Boulevard, apartment A4A, Thomasville, Georgia, because remember he moved. That's what he told me when I asked him, why did you move? You didn't tell me. I'll let the cops know. I don't know if you know this, but blah, blah, blah. They did, evidently. They served a search warrant on him. And, let's see, this was 2/27. Got a probable cause for a search warrant. Was provided by Joshua Smith and Jeremy Crosby of the Thomas County Sheriff's Office, and Jerry Manga of the Tallahassee PD. And the search warrant was drafted and signed by Thomas County, Georgia Judge 2/27/24. On February 28, 2024, Tallahassee Police Department and FDLE responded to 1051 Big Joe Road, Monticello, Florida, at Jefferson Correctional Faculty, and seized Andrew's vehicle in conjunction with a search warrant. At that time, detectives with Tallahassee Police Department and Thomasville Police Department served a search warrant on Andrew's residence. So it went down boom, boom. It should be noted the search warrant served at the residence was obtained by the Thomasville Police Department for jurisdiction arrangements. While seizing the vehicle, Andrew laughed and stated, do your thing, and okie dokie, while Detective Manga explained to him the reasoning behind the search warrant. And the reasoning for wanting his old phones. Andrew asked to call his brother and was given his phone out of his car to do so. Andrew then left the scene in an unknown co-worker's car. Andrew's vehicle, white Dodge Charger, Florida license plates, blah, 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 was towed to Parkway Towing at Ross Road for processing. On 2/28/24 at 9:15, members of the Tallahassee Police Department, with assistance from Thomas County Sheriff's Office, served the above search warrant on the residence of Andrew Wiley's 2025 East Pine Tree Boulevard home. The following items, along with photographs of the search warrant service, was collected: a Wacom brand drawing pad, computer mouse, one Florida Department Corrections notebook, one book with written notes, one green 5-star brand notebook, one small Florida Department of Corrections notebook, torn papers from trash can, 3 shopping bags which contained the pieces of a disassembled cell phone, one silver iPhone with the IMEID number, one red pen and Gear brand notebook, 1 black pen and Gear brand notebook, 1 Aries instructional manual, 1 Blue Sky brand planning calendar, 1 black 5 subject notebook, 1 Dell brand charging cable, 1 gray iPhone had been factory reset, 1 green iPhone had been factory reset, 1 black pen and Gear brand notebook, 1 Ohm brand 16 gigabyte hard drive, 1 Dell laptop computer serial number, whatever, 1 blue brand track phone, and it appeared based on dismantled and factory reset devices that Andrew Wiley attempted to conceal data stored on these devices. It was also learned that the computer seized may have been one which Wiley recently purchased and one that replaced a computer recently in his home, to thought detectives from examining the data of his previous computer. The previous computer was not located. When Andrew arrived on the scene to his residence, detectives explained to him the search warrant and stood outside with him until the completion of the search warrant was done. Andrew stated, "They done took my baby," referring to his car. That was seized. He also stated, "This is great. I love it." Andrew, again laughing, it was explained to Andrew that the search warrant was in reference to Lori's case. Upon execution of the vehicle search warrant, the following items were seized: a firearm, a Ruger SR-45 with the serial number, blah, blah, firearm magazine, Ruger 45, 9 rounds in the magazine, 1 round in the chamber of the firearm, a Ziploc bag containing 15 a 45 Winchester ammo rounds and 1 9mm ammo round. It should be noted that Andrew Wiley's correction name tag was in the bag with the ammo. The name tag was removed and left in the vehicle. 3 paper maps of San Luis Park, car cleaning fluid, cleaning brush, blue journal, swabbing, passenger car seat upholstery, clean out foam carpet. A copy of the search warrant and return were left in the vehicle. I also noted the vehicle was a receipt for a computer from Goodwill at 2734 Capitol Circle on 2/27/24, and Andrew's U.S. passport, which was issued August 17, 2023. A check of Goodwill was later conducted, and they advised they do not keep track of who drops computers, and they wipe all hard drives when item is received. Goodwill provided the video showing Andrew purchasing the new computer when he is seen entering the store, and there is no computer with him. The firearm and ammo was stored for safekeeping per Tallahassee Police Department policy. The maps were initially seized as evidence. However, it was learned the paper had a Tallahassee Police Department Sergeant Todd's phone number listed on the paper, and they were given out during a canvass. However, Andrew was never part of the canvass and given these later by someone. There was also approximately 20 of Lori's missing person flyers with the maps under the passenger seat. The car cleaning fluid was almost a full bottle, but the cleaning description noticed that it could clean up blood. On 2/28/24, Andrew Wiley's vehicle was processed for evidence to include a search for biological evidence related to the investigation into the probable death of Lori Page by Wiley's hands. When the vehicle was processed, it was noted that the floor mats normally present and typically provided with a vehicle were absent. A bottle of cleaning spray was also discovered and had a label affixed to it, which said its ability to specifically clean blood. They used the bioluminescent spray, which reacts to the presence of blood, and was applied to the interior of the vehicle. There was a reaction to places on the front passenger's carpet and the front passenger door, to include the area of the lower interior door and the door jamb. The carpet was removed from the vehicle and sent to FDLE Crime Lab for processing. Along with the carpet sample and the DNA they took from Miranda White and Andrew Wiley were sent to FDLE. Blood from Lori Page was confirmed to be present in that car, in the carpet. Detective Magna and I spoke with Captain Robinson, Andrew's supervisor, while at Jefferson Correctional Institute. Captain Robinson advised she had been Andrew's supervisor for approximately 1 year, but was unaware until recently that Andrew had a daughter at all. He has never spoke about her disappearance, needing schedules, or anything else for childcare arrangements. She stated Andrew rarely ever calls out sick and had no work-related injuries that she was aware of. Captain Robinson advised Andrew mostly keeps to himself and only knew that he used to date another previous employee, which was Simone Robinson. She had no other information to provide and did not note any changes to his behavior. On 2/29/24, Brooklyn Page was updated about the case status, steps being taken, exhaustion of leads, and explained limited information about Andrew's behavior and cooperation. Brooklyn was surprised and did not understand why he would be acting this way. I advised Brooklyn to continue reporting any suspicious activity and continue contact with me. On 3/4/24, it was discovered that Andrew Wiley had they redacted this, but I'm only going to guess what it says. Y'all can only imagine. Wiley had previously, and then listed names during the incident, argued with Andrew about his faults as a parent, stated she tossed a parenting book to Andrew. A fight ensued, and Jeannie stated Andrew threw her down multiple times, punched her in the chest, and strangled her. She stated while she was on her back, he held her arm down with one hand, strangled her with the other. She stated she could not breathe. Trigger warning, please. She could not breathe, but did not lose consciousness. She stated Andrew continued to strangle her until her 10-year-old son came in with a frying pan and told Andrew to get off of her, which she did. He did. Andrew stated the book was thrown at him and that Blank attacked him. He stated he grabbed her by the shoulders, and when he would not she would not stop hitting him. He pulled Blank to the floor and got on top of her. He stated that he kept hold of her shoulders, bit, denied, and grabbing her throat. Andrew stated that she continued trying to hit him back until her son came in with the frying pan and told him to get off, which he did. Both children, 10 and 12 at the time, witnessed the event, hit Andrew to get him off of her. No arrest was made at the time due to the conflicting statements. Shame on you. And injuries that could be consistent with both versions. Now, at that point, they both could have been taken to jail and probably should have in that case, because I don't want to say take a victim to jail, but by gosh, they should have took that son of a bitch to jail. And if that's what it took, I would have been willing to go to jail too. Just saying. Detective spoke with Blank, and when I say Blank, it's redacted or whatever. So detective spoke with Blank at length via phone. In summary, Blank advised the following. She met Andrew when she was in the Army stationed at Colorado. They had a short relationship, blank, 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 blankety blank. The relationship quickly went from sweet, charismatic to sour and violent, Blank stated. Andrew had a drinking problem and was violent towards her. She briefly spoke about the above documented Blank and remembered her son hitting him with a pan. She stated she did not let her children around him without supervision because Blank. She stated he was never violent with them, but again pointed out her was not around them long. He was not around them long or often. Within a few months, they parted ways. She reported him to the Army Blank. She had not spoken to him many years after that. She noted that Andrew became very violent and hostile when drinking and had thrown rocks through her window. Thank you, Raymond. Thank you so much. Thank you for the membership. Whoever got that, please thank Raymond. Raymond is a wonderful person. Raymond is a wonderful person. Yeah. So, can you believe that? That is horrible. Horrible. This man, I mean, this is going back. My God. My God. This is horrible. This is going back. And it says in 2017, Wiley reached out to Blank through her social media and wanted to reconcile. You know, she did not want this or speak to him, but he tried to reconcile. So he did not, I mean, that's crazy. Thank you so much, Raymond. Thank you. That's so nice of you. And it said, over time, things faded out, and Andrew again reached out to her in 2021. And the best thing she did was to stay away from him and got away from him. So he talked about living with his brother and his wife and becoming a correction officer. And in 2021, they stopped speaking again due to other personal things. And it's redacted out. I guess that's her name. She remembered Andrew talking about his son, but never talked about, well, let's see. She did remember that he eventually told her about Lori, that the mother left her in Tallahassee. I'm trying to see, because her mother lived in Tallahassee, or left her mother left her in Tallahassee. She said Andrew was upset by this and referred to Lori as bad and fast. Oh my God. That's what he told her. And a few months after this, Andrew spoke about Lori being with him still, and that he wanted to move to Atlanta approximately a month later. And what? They said he was nonchalant about this. I'm not going to read all this. I'm just reading through this one because this is crazy. So he said she asked him if he was handing out flyers, and Andrew got upset and said, I know where she's at. She's on the wrong side of town with her friends. Andrew spoke about wanting a new job and being upset that Miranda left her there. And this person pointed out that she was being insecure and just taking it more serious, the argument. Andrew hung up on her, and this person stated that she realized Andrew never truly changed and felt he was still the same person. And then it's redacted out again. And she stopped talking to him approximately 1 month later, and she received a message from Andrew stating his girlfriend found their messages and was upset. Then it's blank again, and had been unaware that he had a girlfriend and refused to continue to talk to Andrew. And this was their last communication. Later, he left her a voicemail and stated he thought she should know during their communication, or she left him a voicemail, thought he should know during their communication. It seemed that when Lori was around, it would remind Andrew of her mother. No, he left her that it would remind him of her mother, Miranda, and this had made him angry. She stated she did not believe Andrew did anything to make her run away, but she did not want to be with him. On 3/5/24, a search warrant was sent to Google geolocation information, and they advised they no longer provide or have this information. On 3/7, Tallahassee Police Department received a copy of Andrew's, and then it's blacked out again. And it should be point out that Ansley is Lori's middle name, and it did not have dental or life insurance for her listed. I don't know what that was blanked out about. Trina saying she was fast and telling everyone about the yeah, exactly. Isn't that sickening? That's sickening. And it's crazy, and it needs to stop. Absolutely. She had to grow up fast. Yeah, fast. So, on 3/7, a subpoena was sent to Priceline regarding information for Andrew and that Tim guy, Tim Costume. And this was in relation to a phone call placed by Andrew Wiley on Priceline 6/2/23 at approximately 2:56 for 55 seconds. On 3/14, the results from the subpoena, 3, 6, 7, 8. I'm at 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. That took, what, 9 months? Okay, I'm trying to figure out something. 9 months. Anyway, so 6/2/23 at 2:56, but that come back 3/14/24. The results from the subpoena showed no activity for Tim Costume. So of course he lied about that, which we knew that. However, it did show that Andrew Wiley purchased a one-way ticket for himself on 6/2/23 at 6:30 from Jacksonville, Florida to Puerto Rico via Delta Airlines. So see, he was going to leave town and he was not going to come back. Told y'all he was going to leave town. He was going to leave town and he was not going to come back. He was trying to go to Puerto Rico. He was trying to go to Puerto Rico. Yeah, her teacher said she was a very intelligent girl. So he was trying to go to Puerto Rico. Why he didn't get on that plane, I don't know. But I'm glad he didn't. I'm glad they got him. So the Puerto Rico ticket, it was to have a layover in Atlanta. Remember he told that girl he always wanted to go, he wanted to move to Atlanta. But anyway, it had his IP address and everything. So there's just no way around it. Yeah, it had all the subscriber information. I'm just looking at this. It had his email address. I think that's the one I have too. awiley862@gmail.com. Okay, so he later requested a refund. He showed the last four numbers on the credit card, which it redacted that. This detective spoke with the record provider of Priceline, who could not confirm if the 723 was the same request for the refund, but they submitted it when it was denied, sent two versions of the result to clarify the information, and this is the only information Priceline had. They did a follow-up subpoena conducted with Delta, and they did not yield any differing or new information, and the cost of the ticket was $150.70, and they did not have anything listed for the Tim guy, only Andrew. A check of Andrew Wiley's unknown banking information cards at the time, 3/14/2024, did not reveal any corresponding information about the credit card ending in, and it's redacted, used to purchase the ticket. Due to Priceline not storing any other credit card information, no further follow-up can be conducted at this time. Phone records show that Andrew was in Tallahassee at the time that the call was made to Priceline and online booking confirmation. However, approximately 30 minutes after the flight was booked, he drove directly to the Jacksonville airport. The FBI confirmed that Andrew only obtained a passport in August 2023 and not had one prior to then. He also had no history of international travel ever. And it should also be noted that a passport is not required to enter Puerto Rico due to it being U.S. territory. So he is, Trina, he's guilty of sin. Guilty of sin, in my opinion. They got him dead right. Based on his behavior, as it is unreasonable that it is a single parent who was scheduled to work on the night of 6/2/23 would drive to Jacksonville Airport right after scheduling a one-way flight out of the country from said airport, though the flight was scheduled for 6/3/23. His actions were out of character and suspicious, considering he lied about the trip's intentions to police as well. Further, Andrew noted he and Lori had no trips planned around that time, and no family members, friends said they were asked to watch Lori despite extensive interviews with all. Coupled with the fact that Andrew attempted to destroy and wipe his cellular phones, it became readily apparent that he was lying to police surrounding the circumstances of Lori's disappearance. On 3/13/24, Andrew contacted Tallahassee Police Department for an update on his vehicle and the case. I advised that Tallahassee Police Department would still be holding the vehicle at this time as evidence. I informed him that we are still working from the tip information that came in from billboards. On 3/18/2024, Jacksonville Sheriff's Office and Jacksonville Airport advised they had no viable leads concerning LPR, license plates reader systems, cameras, or documented Leo interactions for Andrew Wiley on 6/2/23. On 3/22/24, Antoine Wiley, that's the brother, contacted the Tallahassee Police Department about questions about Andrew having his vehicle returned. During that conversation, Antoine Wiley discussed Andrew's behavior regarding his reluctance to turn over any electronic devices to police in reference to locating Lori Page. When in the past, Antoine Wiley seemed uncertain as to why Andrew would not cooperate with this request. During the phone call, when detectives on 3/22/24, he seemed more assured that the issue regarding the phones was more akin to Andrew Wiley being embarrassed by personal information on the devices rather than attempting to conceal criminal activity. When asked to elaborate how he knew this or elaborate on the nature of the information, Antoine Wiley would not provide an explanation. On June 3rd, 2023, Lori Page was reported to have gone missing by her father, Andrew Wiley. The initial account of the report made by Andrew is that he left for work on or about 10:45 June 2nd, 2023, and arrived home to find Lori Page missing about 11 a.m. on June 3rd, 2023. He stated it was just routine for him to work overnight and leave Lori at home during that time. Initially, there were no signs of foul play at the home, and it did not appear to have any signs of any struggle within. Wiley stated that Page's backpack was also missing and told officers he believed she had run away, as in the prior incident on May 8th, 2023. By November of 2023, Andrew Wiley had moved out of the home he shared with Lori Page and moved to Thomasville, Georgia. He also acquired a new phone number despite knowing Page was still missing. In the previous case, and then it has the case number, Page had been missing for only 24 hours when located later at school. Remember, she went straight to school. So it wasn't like she was trying to be missing. I mean, she was only missing for 24 hours and she went to school. Detective says she had slept at a friend's residence nearby until June 3rd, 2024. This was the longest amount of time Lori Page has gone missing. 10 months has elapsed since the time Lori Page was reported missing on June 3rd, and the investigation progressed through the exhaustion of all leads to the whereabouts of Lori Page. It was learned that Lori Page was troubled with serious depression and displayed signs of resentment for her parents, Miranda White and Andrew Wiley, in both households. It appeared she was left alone for hours at a time with no supervision, and this occurred from a very young age. There were also incidents in Page's life, and then it's blanked out. Page's visitation with Andrew Wiley had been limited to times during her school breaks, as Pages primarily lived in Nashville, Tennessee with her mother, Miranda White. During the summer leading up to the 22-23 school year, Paige was with Wiley in Tallahassee, and it was anticipated she would return to Nashville with her mother prior to the start of the new year. White ultimately decided not to return to Tallahassee and retrieve Paige, and Paige was unexpectedly left in the care of Wiley for upcoming school year. According to Wiley, this led to Paige's behavior worsening, and as did her bouts of depression. Despite issues of emotional neglect, Paige was unable to befriend students at Griffin Middle School, where she attended during 22-23 school year. Students close to Paige stated that she rarely spoke about her parents and believed she was injured by her father. After they observed injuries to Paige, Paige also spoke about her father having beat her for disciplinary reasons. Some students reported that they once observed Wiley striking Paige with a belt as she stood at the bus stop near her house for reasons that she did not immediately walk home from the school bus. And I mean, the school bus and her house was just right there on the corner. So that's very sad. I mean, he could have just stood there in the yard and looked at her school bus. I was there. I saw it and saw she was not doing nothing. To go up there and whip her with the belt in front of everybody was ridiculous. When Wiley was asked about this, he admitted to whipping her with the belt, but denied this occurred in public. The date this occurred was not specific, but believed to have occurred in the time frame of April 2023, according to statements made by Wiley and the students who observed the incident. When Wiley was asked about injuries to Paige's face, which were observed by students, Wiley stated this occurred sometimes in March or April of 2023 and was the result of him having to restrain Paige during her attempt at running away. He said both he and Paige fell into a concrete culvert near their home, that he was injured. Nobody gives a shit about him during the incident as well, but no medical treatment was sought for either of them. Due to the emotional instability that Lori apparently underwent, canvasses were conducted in the area near her home, wooded areas, bodies of water, and parks searched to exhaustion. Canvasses including interviews with known sex offenders in the area and area neighbors were conducted without success. Video surveillance was sought with no leads developed. Attempts to gather location data, phone record data, all subjects close to Lori Page have been exhausted. Phone records and location analysis has been examined for any and all possibility of Page's being alive and hidden by her mother or father and any associates of theirs. At this time, Paige is believed to be deceased, as there has been no sign of life from Lori Page since May 25th, 2023, where Miranda White's video is hostile interaction between her, Paige, Wiley in Tallahassee at Wiley's home. As the likelihood of Andrew Wiley involved in Lori Page's death grew, the As the likelihood of Andrew Wiley's involvement in Lori Page's death grew, the investigation turned to focus on Andrew Wiley. During questioning of those closest to him, brother and girlfriend, it was learned that his relationship was struggling with his girlfriend, Simone Robinson. And Andrew Wiley was having difficulty parenting Paige as she was becoming more rebellious, per brother Antoine Wiley. Wiley's brother discussed Wiley wishing to return Paige to her mother in mid 2023, but was convinced by his brother to keep her in Tallahassee and with him. It was also learned that Paige's maternal grandmother, Brooklyn Page, would assist Wiley with purchasing clothes and caring for Paige. However, Brooklyn Page informed detectives that she felt Andrew Wiley lacked appropriate maturity to parent Lori Page and appeared to struggle with caring for Paige. Andrew Wiley had been cooperative with requests up until the point where he was asked to come to Tallahassee PD for an interview. Wiley was told that the interview consists of discussing updates with the case and information learned from Miranda White in Nashville, Tennessee. Wiley agreed to meet the next day at 9 o'clock, 2:20, and appeared agreeable to the meeting. Wiley had initially agreed to meet with detectives at 9 a.m. on 2:20, but did not arrive as scheduled. By 10 a.m., Wiley had arrived at Tallahassee area, Thomasville, Georgia, and had not contacted detectives. He arrived at the home of Brooklyn Page and then immediately drove to consult with legal counsel. Wiley's attorney then contacted detectives to arrange an interview for later that day. Wiley and his attorneys arrived to Tallahassee PD approximately 2:30 on 2/20/24. During that interview, Wiley was asked about travel to Jacksonville, Florida on 6/2/23. In the hours prior to him having to be at work, Wiley at first denied remembering this incident, but then later stated that he drove a subject named Tim Brown to the airport. He claimed this person to be a former college associate and gave a vague description of the subject. When asked how he arranged the drive, he claimed there was communication through cell phone, but no such activity existed in his phone. Wiley's description of Tim Brown closely resembles a subject named Tim Costume, who, a former college associate of Wiley's, later interview with Costume would reveal that Costume did not travel to Tallahassee to visit Wiley at that time and has never flown to or from Tallahassee or Jacksonville. Costume also alleged that he has never met Lori Page and does not often speak with Wiley. Wiley would not provide a phone number for Tim Brown and claimed it was maintained on a different device than his current phone. It is believed Tim Brown is a fictitious person meant to hide Wiley's true motive for travel to the Jacksonville airport on 6/2/23. Wiley would also not account for 2 days in which he called out of work and gave a reason for being sick for 2 days between 5/25/23, last Page known to be alive, and 6/3/23, when Wiley reported Page missing. During the interview, Wiley was asked to provide electronic devices, tablets, computers, but still working cell phones, computers, and Lori Page could have access to utilize on social media and the internet. Wiley was apprehensive about turning over these items and repeatedly asked why we would need them after explaining that she could have these devices to initiate contact with those seeking to do her harm and may form new accounts for social media, and his attorney seemed agreeable to the reasonableness of the request. Wiley then promised to provide the devices attempt to provide passcodes for the devices. Wiley never provided the devices or phone number for Tim Brown in the days after the request from the devices. On 2/28/24, a search warrant was served on Wiley's home for the above sought devices. Wiley's vehicle was also seized due to the suspicion that Wiley was attempting to hide his motives for travel to Jacksonville, Florida, and concealed devices in his vehicle being sought by law enforcement. It was learned that Wiley destroyed the devices in his home and rendered the data from them unattainable. He had also removed a computer from his home and replaced it with a newer computer between the time of his interview, 2/20/24, and the service of his search warrant to his home. Wiley refused to answer any questions regarding his efforts to destroy evidence, which could potentially lead to finding his missing daughter. When Wiley's brother Antoine was informed about his behavior, he too seemed confused about Wiley's motive for keeping potentially helpful information from detectives. Further review of Andrew Wiley's phone records revealed that Wiley contacted Priceline.com, a travel booking website for purchases, hotel stays, airline tickets, and rental vehicles. The call was placed to a Priceline.com on 6/2/23. While Wiley traveled to Jacksonville, Florida airport, it was determined through a subpoena that Wiley purchased a one-way ticket to Puerto Rico in his own name for departure on 6/3/23. So to me, Lori was already dead. I'm just saying that because that's when he reported her missing. Let's just get that straight. Wiley never boarded the flight and appeared to request a refund for the purchase. He later went to work at 11 p.m. and reported Paige missing the next day. He did not make an attempt to notify his place of employment prior to his travel to Jacksonville, seemingly making this endeavor a hasteful attempt to leave the continental United States. This is the same travel to Jacksonville where Wiley claimed to have taken Tim Brown to the airport. Approximately 60 days later, Wiley received a passport from the U.S. Department and had never applied for a passport in the past. Wiley omitted he lied about the intentions for travel to Jacksonville. On 3/27/24, a search warrant for Tim Costume's historical phone records was submitted to confirm and disapprove Andrew's alibi during the time he last saw Lori alive on 6/2/23. On 4/4/24, the records returned, which showed Costume was not in Tallahassee during June 2023. Costume only traveled to Tallahassee October 26, 2023 through October 29, 2023. Records did not show him traveling to Thomasville, Georgia, or Jacksonville during that time. Costume and Andrew did communicate with each other 5/28/23 for over 30 minutes and that Andrew called him on 5/29/23. No answer. They did not speak again until June 11th, 2023, when they spoke for 30 minutes. On 4/8/24, Brooklyn Page requested to come to Tallahassee Police Department to contact Nancy Grace. Brooklyn explained she had just located a message to 7/24 from where the network tried to reach out to her. Brooklyn wished to request assistance in contacting them from a different number than her own because she did not want her information shared, but did want to ask them to bring attention to Lori's case. Detectives assisted Brooklyn in this, and she contacted one of the employees explaining that she did not wish to make a statement, but did want them to spread Lori's case information to the public. She also provided them Andrew's number because she had recently talked to him, and he agreed to speak to the show as well. Detectives then spoke with Brooklyn about her conversations with Andrew, and Brooklyn expressed that Andrew did not seem concerned still and told her that he had been staying at his house in case police returned and that he was on administrative leave from his work. Brooklyn stated that on the date detectives visited her and Andrew came to the police station for an interview 2/20/24, he first came to her house, already known. She stated he told her that he was coming to town for a meeting at 10 o'clock a.m. with a lawyer, but came earlier to look for Lori, but couldn't provide where he was looking. This was of note because Andrew agreed to interview with Detective Manga and I on 2/20/24 at 9 a.m., which he did not show and clearly had no intention of doing so at that time, therefore intentionally misleading police. He also would not respond to calls or texts from Detective Manga and see if he needed to reschedule. Brooklyn agreed to control a call with Andrew. Andrew answered the phone and they spoke for a lengthy period. No new case information was learned. However, the following topics stood out as they spoke, which as follows. Lori's birthday coming up. Brooklyn asked Andrew what he was planning to do for Lori's upcoming birthday, which was only a few days away. Andrew often redirect the question or seem as if he had not given it any thought. When she asked if they could do something at his apartment for her in her new bedroom, such as lighting a candle, Andrew would change the subject. Brooklyn talked about getting something for Lori's birthday, even though she was not home. What asked if he asked if he got her anything. Andrew, he thought about it and could not actually name anything. He talked about a microphone at some point for videos that Lori could make, but noted never posted any. He did say Lori only used her school computer and was not allowed to use his. Photos of Lori. Prior to the phone call, detectives showed Brooklyn the two photos shown to Andrew at the beginning of the investigation by Detective Drake. Both times, Andrew identified the girls as Lori. The photos were shown to Brooklyn, but she stated they clearly was not Lori, which detectives had already determined. These photos were impounded as evidence. Brooklyn brought up recently viral photo believed to be of Lori, a girl wearing a pink shirt in Broward County, and noted that Andrew had stated he got a call about it from Virginia. Andrew did note the girl was not Lori upon seeing the photo. Looking for Lori, when Brooklyn was asked him what he was doing about looking for Lori, he stated he did not like social media and he was only speaking to police and his family about it. He seemed odd as Andrew was not talking to the police, rarely, if at all, out of the investigation. He would often reach out about his vehicle after it was seized, but not much about looking for Lori or the steps taken in her search. His family members, except for Antoine's, also noted he did not speak about Lori's case much. He also said he was looking for her on the internet, but could not advise how he was doing so. He did state that he was trying to see what people were saying about him on the internet. Phones, why he was a suspect. When Brooklyn would ask him why police would think he was a suspect or lying to them, Andrew would state that it was only because he was the last person to see him. Brooklyn would bring up phones that the police wanted to look at, but Andrew changed the subject and did not provide a response to a specific question. If something happened to Lori, Brooklyn asked Andrew, not prompted, if something happened to Lori and that if someone was responsible for hurting her, what he thinks should happen to them. Andrew did not seem fazed and danced around the answer like he couldn't provide one. Brooklyn became upset by this and even responded that she would hurt a person responsible for hurting Lori, which a normal person, a normal response by parents who think that someone hurt their child. Andrew stated he wouldn't say anything, any statements like that on the phone, and indicated in case police were listening. That's what he said. The time frame Andrew referred to Lori being missing during the call, but kept changing how long he had been missing from 10 months, how long she had been missing from 10 months, 11 months, 12 months. The overtone of the call with Andrew and Brooklyn seemed to be that Andrew did not show much emotion or care about Lori being gone. Almost seemed as if he was not planning on her getting located. However, he did make statements about going to therapy and having mental health struggles in case, and not wanting to show them, including references to the S side. He did not make any statements about being S-sidal at the time. After the call concluded, Brooklyn was visibly upset and did not believe Andrew's statements. Brooklyn advised she was having feelings of wanting to hurt the person responsible if Lori was hurt or, gone. But this was a normal reaction of a grandparent, they said. Detectives spoke with her to calm her down and reassure her they were investigating and to please leave it in the hands of the police department. And Brooklyn said she understood. I can't believe this. Yeah, exactly, Val. Why are they so worried about what's being said about them? I'm trying to see what y'all are saying. Exactly. Yeah. Well, see, he moved, Val. He moved from where Lori was to the Thomasville, Georgia, which is not, it's pretty fairly close to still Tallahassee, within 45 minutes. Yeah, she didn't deserve that, Roxy. She did not deserve that at all. I know. Exactly. So on 410, they submitted the records to Verizon for the text messages and content for Andrew. There was no indication of the discussion about Lori. And it was learned that is, again, about the credit card being used to buy the airline ticket. And then he had a Wells Fargo account. It's telling about that. A subpoena was conducted. There was a $30 purchase for $30 purchase to authorize purchase to patient first was authorized on 5/31 and 6/1 to purchase Publix pharmacy. Okay, it's something about to a Publix pharmacy for $42.95. Publix provided that receipt for the purchase on 6/1 for a My Way 1.5 milligram tablet. What is My Way? I never heard of it was a My Way 1.5 milligram tablet. Brief show My Ways. Oh my God. Oh Lord. My Way 1.5 milligram tablet is a brief search show. My Way is a medicine to reduce a chance of pregnancy after unprotected sex. Common brand known. This is the plan B. To take as soon as possible. 72 hours. Oh my God. Oh shit. And if you vomit after, oh my God. Let's see. Hold on a minute. Okay. Wiley's girlfriend, currently and reportedly during the time frame Lori went missing, is Simone Robinson. Robinson had spoken to detectives and advised she was training with the National Guard during the time frame Lori was missing. Therefore, the medicine likely would not have been hers. This piece of fucking shit. Oh, yep, Val. Purchases authorized on 6/2/23 at Whistle Express, located by a local car wash or something. There was one at Love's gas station. Damn, you can buy this shit over the what? Okay, so you don't have. I don't know nothing about this. I wouldn't know. Okay. So purchases authorized 6/2/23, Whistle Express, local car wash, multiple locations for $21.50, Love's number 828 gas station, multiple places. There was one purchase in Jacksonville, Florida, 2006, Delta Airlines ticket for $247. He also transferred $825 from his savings account to his checking account the same day, transferred $500 back, and then on 4/17, Army CID confirmed via phone documentation Simone's whereabouts during Lori's disappearance. She was in Polk County, Louisiana, so that's all good. On 4/17, search warrants were conducted to patients first for Andrew and Lori's medical information. Oh my God. And I received results on 4/18/24, which showed there were no records for Lori. The records did show the following information for Andrew. That's all blacked out. Blacked out. The next page is blacked out. Oh my God. And the next freaking page is blacked out. On 4/19, a search warrant was provided for Planned Parenthood for Lori's medical information. Due to Lori's age and the rights of protection Planned Parenthood provides, there is a reasonable belief she could have been seen, received treatment, and Planned Parenthood on 4/29/24. I received the results, which showed there were no records, reports, notes, charts, analytics on Lori. 419. A check was conducted. It was redacted. Search warrant was retained on Robinson's phone history to prove or disprove any pregnancy medicine could be for her, and it was not. Search warrant was obtained on these phone records, call history to confirm location and prove or disprove any medicine could be for her in Tallahassee at the same time. During a check Andrew made during the time frame of Lori's disappearance, it was learned that he made purchases from Family Dollar, blah, 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 blah. Honey minutes he replaced bathroom within the apartment where Lori and Andrew Wiley lived at the time of her disappearance. On 228, Andrew Wiley's vehicle was possessed and evidence to include search for biological evidence related to the investigation, probable death, pages by Wiley's hand. When the vehicle was processed, it was noted that the floor mats normally present were absent. A bottle of the cleaning spray again discovered, and a label affixed to touch disability, clean, remove blood, biofluorescent spray, which cleans the fluid of blood in the interior in the vehicle. There was also visible reaction to places in the front passenger carpet and the front passenger door, and including the door jambs and all that. The carpet was removed from the vehicle and sent to the FDL crime lab for processing, along with the carpet sample. And then, the DNA that they both gave, blood from Lori's was confirmed to be present. On or about 3/22/24, Antoine Wiley advocated for the release of Andrew Wiley's vehicle, and the conversation made excuses for Andrew's behavior while withholding electronic devices. When prompted to elaborate, Antoine Wiley's would not provide the motive for Andrew and withheld these devices from police inspections. This would lead detectives to believe it is possible that Antoine Wiley, the brother, may have information about Andrew Wiley's involvement in Lori Page's disappearance. A device, older model phone, seized from Andrew Wiley's apartment in February 28, 2024, was able to be accessed and data extraction. The results were as follows. On June 1st, 2023, at 12:01 p.m. All right, y'all listen to this. I got to take a drink of something. Hold on. Damn, I just spilled that out of my straw. Okay. On June 1st, this is what they extracted from his phone. On June 1st, 2023. So June. Hold on a minute. On June. So they're saying it wasn't pre-planned, but if this was June 1st, 2nd, 3rd, how could it not be? Okay, anyway, let's just go with what Ellie's saying. All right. On June 1st, 2023, at 12:01 p.m., searches were conducted on Wiley's phone for different areas of Alabama and Georgia for driving directions from Tallahassee, Florida. The searched areas included bodies of water from southeast region of Alabama and southeast region of Georgia, just past the Florida state line. On June 1st, 2023, at 12:17 p.m., Wiley's device conducted searches for Bad Neighborhood, Tallahassee, Florida, Appalachia National Forest, dead body. At 12:23 p.m., the device also searched, where do people look to find missing kids, During the search, the device viewed a quota page on which a user asked the question, why would police stop looking for a missing child, saying the delay of the search is based on where they are in the investigation? Wouldn't they still need to find the child? On June 2nd, 2023 at 4:30 a.m., Wiley's handset appeared to leave his residence via vehicle. The handset traveled through the Frenchton areas, including Alabama Street, Brewer Street, Woodward Avenue, Delaware Street, Dewey Street, Dunn Street, and West 4th Avenue. It appears Wiley then traveled southbound via South Burnworth Street to the West Orange Avenue and Lake Bedford areas before traveling east to the Appalachia Parkway, arriving just east of Walmart at approximately 5:29 a.m. The device remained in that area until 5:51 a.m. At approximately 5:52 a.m., Wiley traveled eastbound on Appalachia Parkway, continuing into Jefferson County. Wiley proceeded north on Highway 19 into Monticello, Florida, then turned east onto Highway 90. Wiley remained in the downtown Monticello area until approximately 6:30 a.m. before proceeding north into Georgia via Boston Highway. Approximately 6:28 a.m. and approximately 1.5 miles north of the Florida-Georgia line, Wiley then turned into Mitchell Road, which travels northwest from Boston Highway. Both sides of Mitchell Road appear rural and wooded from the roadway. On the right southeast side of the road is a large plantation, which is currently being used for recreational quail hunting. Wiley's handset traveled for approximately 1.85 miles on Mitchell Road, then turned around and proceeded back towards Boston Highway at approximately. However, Wiley's handset did not continue to the highway. At approximately 6:53 a.m., Wiley's handset stopped providing location data but logged a location at 7:01 a.m., which showed the device was in a field on southwest side of the road, approximately 800 feet from the roadway. At 7:17 a.m., Wiley's handset proceeded south on Boston Highway back into Florida. Thereafter, Wiley's handset traveled to the Thomasville, Georgia area, and Wiley's handset remained in the area of East Pine Tree Boulevard and Ben Grace Drive for from approximately 7:52 a.m. to 7:59 a.m. before becoming mobile again. Wiley's handset subsequently returned to the Tallahassee area, arriving in the area of his residence at 8:44 a.m. The areas of Mitchell Pond Road and Boston Highway were extensively searched with the use of cadaver dogs in multiple teams. Members of the Thomas County Sheriff's Office and Tallahassee police detectives. Private properties were searched with property owners' consent on 4/5/25. The remains of a human teenage female were discovered in the very area of thick brush within 30 meters where Wiley's cell phone had shown his location, 6/1/2023. Several bones of the same skeleton were located and submitted to FDLE for DNA comparison. On 4/11/2025, FDLE was able to confirm that the skeletal remains were that of Lori Page. Evidence discovered during this investigation would lead a reasonable person to believe that sometime between June 1st, 2023, Andrew Wiley did kill his only daughter, Lori Page, and dump her body in the wooded areas of Thomas County, Georgia. DNA evidence suggests Page was bleeding within Wiley's vehicle and that Wiley used his vehicle to travel to Thomas County to dispose of her remains. Evidence of Wiley's purchases leads up to the murder of Page suggests there was likely abuse of Page occurring. It appears that Wiley took preparations to flee the continental United States and attempted to cover up this by lying about reasons for his travel to Jacksonville Airport on 6/2/23. Wiley took extensive measures to conceal his actions, to include destroying his electronic devices. Under penalty of perjury, I swear and affirm that the proceeding is true and best of my present knowledge or belief, and it's signed Jerry Magna, and it's sworn, dated, and all of that, and it's signed by a notary public, all that, and then it has his charges, his date of birth, all of that by the Leon County Sheriff's Office, all the warrant, everything. And that is that. And he reported her missing 2 days later, I think on the 1st. You're right, Trina. I think on the 1st that it happened. And he reported her missing 2 days later. And I think he's a piece of shit. And he is, Brandon. I can't believe I sat here and read all that to y'all. He's a monster. He's a monster. Brandon, we're going to have to go to court. We're going to have to go to court. We're going to have to go to court. Bless. Bless what she had to go through. I can't believe this. My eyes are hurting. Bless what that child had to go through. I cannot imagine. I can't believe I read all that, honestly. Sorry for getting tongue-tied here and there and all that. But I am going to post that. I'm going to post the link. I don't know if I'll ever be able to post all that, but I am going to post the link. I will post it on my community post. In fact, I will. Let's see. Hold on a minute. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Let's see. I'll have to download it and post. I'll do it after I get off here and I'll post it. Yeah, it's not easy. No, thank you all very much. God, I think I say this every time. I think this is the longest I've been on here. You know, and I hate to say this, but I think they only found like 2 bones, possibly part of her skull. And I cannot imagine, but it took 22 months. 22 months. And, 22 months of her school, of the kids, of the rumors, of the nightmares, of, she's here, she's here, she's here. The whole time, this idiot, the job, take for instance his job. He went to work. The boss didn't, he wasn't telling nobody nothing. Where have we heard that before? He wasn't acting no different. No different. Sick man. Yeah, Roxy. Sick man. He wasn't acting any different. Wasn't acting like any of this was bothering him. Contradictions. Yeah, and it took 8 months, Brandon, for the digital to come back. And he was more worried about his car and his brother. And what I tell y'all last time, oh my God, the brother had, I think his brother's name is Frida online, unless that's his other brother, had a GoFundMe. It got took down though. Had the GoFundMe trying to get up $100,000 for his attorney. First of all, that's against the law. You can't do that. And then, just sick. And when I first started reading that, I'm going to look up that guy. I forgot what his name was already. But anyway, I bet that's that guy that lived across in them apartments that come up to me. He was freaky. Which makes me think, was he... Why would you leave your daughter with just strange men? No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Everything I read was sickening. Yeah, it's planned. That's why I can't understand why it was yeah, they wanted to go fund me for his attorney, his brother. That's why I can't understand why they said it was no premeditation. Well, he didn't report her until the 3rd of June. And it's on the phone. Looked up, where do you do bodies? Where do you bury bodies? When did the police stop looking? I don't know, man. I'll just let them handle it. I'm just glad they found her. No, she doesn't. She doesn't. Y'all, I appreciate y'all so much. I could have did half of it today and half of it tomorrow, but I'm glad we just got through this and just got it over with. I don't know. Today's Friday. Ain't nobody going to call me back today. They didn't call back. They didn't call back because I didn't call till late this afternoon. That lady might have already been gone. I don't know when his next court date is. The court didn't know. He's got to have another court date. but I don't know why it's not posted. I don't know why nobody can tell yet. I don't even know when this will start. But the thing right now is he don't have no bond. That's the best thing ever. Best thing ever. So I'm glad they had. Yeah, I am too. I'm glad. Hey H Davis, but I appreciate y'all sticking with me on this, bearing with me reading it. That wasn't easy, and I will get off of here and let y'all go eat your dinner, go see some other things going around, and man, just thank you for your support. I do too, Roxy. I do too. Twice, Holly, twice. And yeah, twice. I'm thinking I might need to send both of them calls in. I don't know. I gotta go back and remember. I was trying to remember I had a direct line to that lady. I think it's on my other phone. I don't know. But thank every one of you for being here. It's already 8:00. But thank each and every one of you for being here. Just keep, Lord, I don't know, keep them all. I'm thinking now that the grandmother, she really seemed upset. So I don't know. Just keep everybody in your prayers. I still don't know what to say. I don't know if anybody else will be charged or not. I don't know. I'm going to look, not tonight, but I'm going to go over these papers and I'm going to go back and I'm going to look. This is just, especially the first couple of pages. That was interesting to me. I don't know, man. I don't even know what to say. I think I got to have some more coffee. Thank you. And I love you all. Thank you for being here so much. Thank you all. And thank you for the super chats, the members. And Raymond, yes, email me, and I will look at that and see what I can help you with and do and talk about and do that. I appreciate you all. Thank you. Y'all have a good night, honey. Bye.